What would you do if your world was on the brink of destruction, and a single decision could seal your fate? A question whispered in the shadow of looming smoke and ash, where two cities teetered on the edge of annihilation. Sodom and Gomorrah, names that echo through time, steeped in sin and despair, their streets alive with a feverish pulse of excess. Here, beneath the breath of a scorching sky, a storm gathers, charged with the weight of divine fury. In the dim light of twilight, the air crackles with tension. The vibrant markets, once bustling with life, now pulse with the undercurrent of dread. Laughter erupts, mingled with cries of desperation, as if the very souls of its inhabitants sense the shifting tides. It is a place where morality has become a distant memory, traded for pleasure and vice. The sun sets low, casting long shadows that stretch like the fingers of doom, reaching out for the hearts that cling desperately to their vices. Lot, a man caught in the web of this wickedness, stands at a crossroads, a silent witness to the impending storm. His heart races, guilt swirling within him like a tempest. He knows the whispers of the unseen. The righteous have been called, and the time of reckoning is at hand. But the city is alive, seductive in its depravity, and as he gazes upon his neighbors, lost in their revelry, a knot tightens in his chest. Will he shield his family from the oncoming wrath, or will he be consumed by the very sins he loathes? Above, the heavens darken with portentous clouds, a harbinger of divine judgment. Angels, radiant yet fearsome, descend to deliver a message that will shatter the illusion of safety. Their presence ignites a flicker of hope in Lot's heart. A chance to escape, but at what cost? The flames of destruction dance in the distance, and the ground trembles beneath the weight of their decree. Time slips away, each second a cruel reminder that choices have consequences, and salvation is not easily won. In the alleys of Sodom, a confrontation brews, raw and volatile. There, the cries of innocence clash against the growls of insatiable hunger, illuminating the darkness that has seeped into the very bones of the city. Will the echoes of righteousness be drowned out by the roar of sin, or will the truth emerge from the ashes? As the clock ticks, the air thickens with anticipation, and the boundaries between desire and destruction blur. The moment of reckoning draws near. A flicker of doubt haunts Lot's mind as he grapples with the weight of his choices. In this fragile dance between salvation and doom, the fate of not just one man, but an entire civilization hangs in the balance. Will the skies open to save the righteous, or will the fire rain down, purging the cities of their transgressions? As the earth quakes in anticipation, the story of Sodom and Gomorrah beckons, alive with the turmoil of human frailty and the relentless pursuit of redemption. In the soft, flickering light of 1,000 oil lamps, shadows danced on the walls of a grand palace. Kings and queens, draped in vibrant silks, whispered secrets of power, while the scent of spiced meats and freshly baked bread wafted through the air. This was not just a place. It was a heartbeat of civilization, where dreams and destinies collided, where the rivers of time flowed alongside the rivers of the Tigris and Euphrates. In this ancient cradle, humanity was forging its identity against the backdrop of war and wonder. The people of Mesopotamia, often called the land between rivers, were pioneers. They found ways to tame the unpredictable waters, channeling their might to irrigate fields and feed the burgeoning population. Their discovery of agriculture changed everything. No longer did they wander like nomads, but settled into bustling cities like Uruk and Babylon, each one a tapestry of life woven with ambition, hope, and struggle. As the sun rose over the ziggurats, casting long shadows across the land, a sense of reverence filled the air. These towering structures, built from sun-baked bricks, stood as a testament to human ingenuity and devotion. They were more than mere buildings. They were temples to the gods, places where the divine met the mortal. Priests, adorned with sacred insignia, chanted prayers that echoed through the valleys, calling for favor and fortune. The people listened, hearts pounding, as they believed their fates intertwined with the capricious will of the deities. But not all was peaceful beneath the watchful eyes of the heavens. The ancient Near East was a theater of conflict, where love and hatred clashed like thunder. The Assyrians, with their fierce warriors and ruthless tactics, expanded their empire through blood and fire. Their chariots thundered across the plains, and their enemies fell before them like autumn leaves. Stories of their conquests spread like wildfire, creating a sense of dread among rival kingdoms. They were the embodiment of power, yet their legacy was marred by tales of cruelty that would echo through the ages. Amidst the chaos, the Babylonians emerged, wielding their own kind of strength. Under King Hammurabi, the famous code was carved into stone, a revolutionary idea that sought to bring order to the tumultuous world. An eye for an eye, it proclaimed, a reflection of justice that resonated deeply with the people. The tablet, inscribed with cuneiform, became a symbol of civilization's evolving conscience, a beacon of hope for those yearning for fairness in an unfair world. Across the desert, the Egyptians watched with intrigue. The Nile, their lifeblood, flowed majestically, nurturing a civilization that thrived on the rhythms of the seasons. They erected colossal pyramids, marvels of engineering that towered against the horizon, defying the limits of human ambition. These structures were not tombs alone. They were gateways to eternity, built on the belief that life continued beyond the grave. Pharaohs ruled as living gods, their reign marked by both benevolence and tyranny. The balance between fostering prosperity and wielding power was delicate, and many a noble had fallen in its wake. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the land, merchants filled the bustling markets with exotic goods, spices from the east, precious metals from the mountains, and textiles that dazzled the eye. The exchange of ideas flourished in these vibrant centers of trade. Cultures mingled, languages blended, and philosophies emerged, creating a rich tapestry of human experience. It was a time of enlightenment, where the written word began to shape thoughts and beliefs, capturing the essence of a civilization striving for progress. Yet, amid the bustling activity, there lay an underlying tension. The very fabric of society was woven from threads of ambition, jealousy, and desire. Alliances were forged in the shadows, and betrayal lingered like a specter at the feast. Kings plotted against kings, and the whispers of revolution echoed through the halls of power. In the quiet corners, the voices of the oppressed began to stir, seeking justice and a place in the world that was often merciless. The Hebrew tribes, wandering through the arid sands, clung to their faith as they sought a promised land. Their stories were woven into the very fabric of history, tales of struggle and perseverance that would inspire countless generations. The covenant with their God was a beacon of hope, a reminder that even in the darkest times, faith could guide them toward the light. In this dynamic landscape, the art of storytelling flourished. Epics were born, and the Sumerians crafted tales of gods and heroes that would resonate through time. The Epic of Gilgamesh spoke of friendship and the quest for immortality, echoing the universal longing that transcends millennia. As the words were etched onto clay tablets, they carried with them the hopes and fears of a people who understood that their stories were their legacy, a means of connecting the past to the present. The sun rose once more, revealing the stark realities of a world that was both beautiful and brutal. As the ancient Near East civilizations continued to evolve, their struggles and triumphs became the foundation upon which future societies would be built. The echoes of their dreams lingered in the air, inviting the next chapter of history to unfold, where new empires would rise and fall, forever shaped by the legacy of those who had come before. In the distance, a lone traveler stood at the riverbank, gazing at the waters that flowed endlessly, carrying memories of those who had walked the earth before. The currents whispered tales of love, loss, and resilience, reminding humanity that although the ages may change, the essence of the human spirit remains eternal. The path ahead shimmered with possibilities, a tapestry of connections waiting to be woven into the fabric of time. The air was thick with the scent of salt and sulfur, a haunting reminder of a once thriving civilization. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a crimson hue over the barren landscape, the ancient cities of Sodom and Gomorrah lay silent, their stories buried beneath the weight of time. The wind whispered tales of opulence and decadence, a stark contrast to the desolation that enveloped the region now. Every crumbling stone held echoes of laughter, joy, and ultimately, profound tragedy. Shadows danced across the uneven terrain, hinting at a past that was as vibrant as it was tragic, a narrative etched into the very fabric of the earth. Nestled near the southern end of the Dead Sea, the geographical significance of Sodom and Gomorrah was profound. The location was not just an accident. It was a critical crossroads for trade and travel. Caravans laden with spices, textiles, and rare goods flowed through this region, drawn by the promise of wealth. The cities flourished, standing as proud beacons of prosperity amidst the arid desert. Their streets once pulsed with life, as merchants shouted prices, children played under the watchful eyes of their parents, and artisans crafted exquisite wares. But as the earth trembled beneath their feet, the laughter faded, replaced by a deafening silence. The land was rich, a fertile oasis in an otherwise harsh environment. Freshwater springs gushed forth from hidden depths, nourishing the crops that fed the inhabitants. The soil, infused with minerals from the nearby mountains, yielded bountiful harvests. Wheat and barley grew tall, their golden waves swaying gently in the warm breeze. This abundance attracted settlers, dreamers, and those seeking solace from the harsh realities of life. Yet, with prosperity came excess, and the hearts of the people began to darken, overshadowing the beauty of their surroundings. But the most significant geographical feature was the Dead Sea itself, a salt-laden body of water that was both a lifeline and a boundary. Its waters, so thick with salt that one could float effortlessly, served as a barrier against invaders. This natural fortification, however, did not shield the cities from the moral decay that was festering within. The very essence of life seemed to twist against the backdrop of this striking yet eerie landscape. The whispers of history unveiled a paradox. A region that should have thrived was instead consumed by its own hubris. As night fell, the stars glittered like shards of glass scattered across a velvet sky, illuminating the remnants of what once was. The ruins of Sodom and Gomorrah, now mere shadows of their former selves, were a stark reminder of the fleeting nature of existence. Here, where fate intertwined with geography, a sense of foreboding lingered. A traveler, perhaps unaware of the weight of history that clung to the air, might stop to rest, his heart beating in rhythm with the echoes of a civilization lost in time. But something felt amiss, as if the stones themselves were watching, whispering warnings from the past. Every traveler who set out toward this cursed land felt a chill creep down their spine, as if the very spirit of Sodom and Gomorrah was alive, waiting just beneath the surface. The surrounding hills loomed like silent sentinels, guarding secrets that had long been buried under layers of ash and despair. Was it the wrath of the heavens that turned this once vibrant city into a cautionary tale? Or was it the choices of the people who allowed greed and immorality to corrupt their hearts? The questions lingered in the stillness of the night, unanswered and haunting. The path between the cities was lined with jagged stones, remnants of the devastation that had befallen them. It was here that the destruction unfolded, a fiery end that transformed the earth itself. The very ground seemed to shudder in remembrance, as if it could never forget the inferno that consumed Sodom and Gomorrah, leaving only the scorched remains of their ambition. Yet, amid the ashes, one could sense a bittersweet beauty, a tragic reminder of what once was. The geography of this place held not only the story of ruin but also the potential for rebirth, a cycle of life that continued to spin regardless of humanity's folly. From the high ridges, one could gaze down at the remnants of civilization, a sprawling landscape that whispered of both glory and doom. The valleys cradled the stories of those who had come before, their hopes and dreams entwined with the very soil beneath their feet. The sky, with its deepening shades of indigo, bore witness to the passage of time, a clock that seemed to tick steadily toward an inevitable conclusion. But the geography of Sodom and Gomorrah was not merely a backdrop. It was a character in its own right, a silent witness to humanity's greatest triumphs and its most disastrous failures. As the moon cast an ethereal glow over the landscape, illuminating the remnants of a forgotten era, One could almost hear the echoes of the past, the laughter, the cries, the desperate pleas that filled the air before the skies rained fire. Each stone, each crevice, held secrets of those who had lived, loved, and ultimately lost everything in a moment of divine judgment. The geography shaped their lives and sealed their fates, a constant reminder of the delicate balance between prosperity and ruin. In the distance, the waters of the Dead Sea rippled under the moonlight, a silent testament to the passage of time. They lapped gently against the shore, as if trying to reclaim the land that had once thrived at their edge. The water, both a source of life and a harbinger of death, mirrored the duality of existence itself. Here, where the land was rich, the people had become poor in spirit, leading to an end that echoed throughout history. The weight of the tragedy hung in the air, making it palpable, a living presence that entwined with the very geography of Sodom and Gomorrah. As the stars twinkled above, they seemed to beckon the curious and the brave, those willing to confront the ghosts that lingered in the shadows. The land had its own tale to tell, a tale of beauty and devastation, of love lost and lessons unheeded. And as the night wore on, the stories of Sodom and Gomorrah whispered on the wind, waiting for someone to listen, to remember, to understand the significance of this forsaken place. The sun dipped low, casting a warm, golden hue over the dusty plains of Mamre. Abraham sat outside his tent, weary yet watchful, a man aged by time yet brimming with unyielding faith. He had just settled into a moment of quiet when three figures approached on the horizon. They moved like shadows, their presence evoking a blend of curiosity and trepidation. Little did he know, these were not ordinary travelers. Something divine was unfolding. As the figures drew closer, Abraham's heart raced with a mix of excitement and anxiety. With a hurried grace, he rushed to greet them, bowing low to the ground. The air crackled with an unspoken promise. The very atmosphere shimmered with anticipation. He offered them water and food, his hospitality overflowing as he served them with the finest he had. In that moment, he was not merely a man. He was a host to angels. One of the visitors spoke, his voice like a gentle thunder. "Where is Sarah, your wife?" Abraham's breath caught in his throat. How could they know her name? The air around him thickened with the weight of the moment. He replied, bewildered yet hopeful, "She is in the tent." And then came the promise, as stunning as the first light of dawn breaking through the darkness. "I will surely return to you about this time next year, and Sarah will have a son." The laughter of disbelief bubbled within Sarah, hidden just beyond the fabric of the tent. She was listening, and her heart echoed with doubt. How could a woman of her age bear a child? Yet, that laughter was not born of joy. It was tinged with disbelief, a defense mechanism against the impossible. The air shifted, palpable with the tension of faith and doubt. The visitor, sensing her struggle, turned and asked, "Why did Sarah laugh? Is anything too hard for the Lord?" In that instant, Sarah's internal battle raged on, pitting her skepticism against an unshakable promise. Would she dare to hope? As the evening wore on, the visitors rose, their mission not yet complete. They turned towards Sodom, a city steeped in wickedness and depravity. Abraham's heart sank at the thought of such a place. An ominous cloud hung over Sodom, its darkness threatening to engulf all that was good. But within Abraham burned a flicker of courage. He stepped forward, his voice trembling yet resolute. "Will you sweep away the righteous with the wicked? What if there are 50 righteous people in the city?" The dialogue that ensued was a powerful testament to the deep relationship between Abraham and God. The tone shifted, each word infused with urgency and desperation. "For the sake of 50, I will spare the whole city," came the divine reply. But Abraham pushed on, his heart aching for a place that had lost its way. "What if there are 45? The negotiation continued, descending to 10, a slender hope in a city so full of despair. With each exchange, a bond between human and divine deepened, a reflection of love and justice. But as the sun sank beneath the horizon, the gravity of Sodom loomed larger. The angels arrived, their presence striking fear in the hearts of those who roamed the streets. The city pulsed with a sinister energy that crackled beneath the surface. Homosexuality, violence, and an unchecked thirst for sin thrived within its walls. Night fell heavy, like a shroud over Sodom. As the angels entered the city, they were met with a storm of hostility. The men of Sodom, driven by primal desires, descended upon Lot's house, demanding to know the visitors. Lot's heart raced in his chest. He had already seen the darkness that dwelled in this city. In a desperate bid to protect his guests, he offered his own daughters, a harrowing choice that tore at his very soul. "Do to them as you please," he cried, a father caught in an unimaginable plight. But the mob's lust was relentless. Their demands grew louder, more vicious. Then, in a flash, the angels intervened. They pulled Lot inside, blinding the assailants with a divine darkness. It was a surreal moment, where justice clashed violently with the rampant chaos of evil. The atmosphere crackled with tension, foretelling the impending doom that awaited Sodom. "Get out! Get out!" they urged Lot and his family. "For we are about to destroy this place." The urgency of their words hung heavily in the air, a stark reminder of the consequences of a life lived in rebellion against God. Lot hesitated, caught between a life he had built and the chaos that surrounded him. But the angels took him by the hand, the grasp of divine mercy pulling him away from the brink. As dawn broke, the sun rose on a new day, but for Sodom, it was a day of reckoning. Fire and brimstone rained down, engulfing the city in a fiery torrent. The sky turned dark, a canvas of destruction unfolding before the eyes of the terrified. Lot's wife, turning back in a moment of longing, was forever changed into a pillar of salt, a haunting reminder of what it meant to look back to a life of sin. As the flames consumed everything in their path, Abraham stood at a distance, his heart heavy with sorrow for the city that had turned its back on righteousness. The smoke billowed high, a visible testament to a choice made long before the flames ignited. Yet, amidst the destruction, the promise of life still lingered in the air. Sarah would bear a son. The lineage of hope would continue. In this whirlwind of faith and despair, the story did not end but rather glimmered with the potential of what was to come. The echoes of laughter and cries of despair would intertwine, setting the stage for a legacy that would shape the future. The narrative pulsed with an energy that promised a continuation, a winding path of redemption, judgment, and the unyielding power of God's word, drawing all who dared to listen into the heart of it all. Under the vast expanse of an endless sky, Abraham stood with the sun warming his weathered skin, his eyes scanning the horizon. All around him lay the rugged terrain of Canaan, a land both beautiful and wild, filled with the whispers of ancient promises. As the wind rustled through the trees, it carried a sense of destiny that seemed to pulse in the air. He felt it, an undeniable connection to something greater, a spark igniting the very core of his being. This wasn't just land. It was a canvas for God's promises, a stage for the unfolding of a divine drama that would echo through generations. Abraham was not a king nor a warrior. He was a shepherd, a man of humble beginnings. Yet, within his heart burned a fire of faith so fierce that it could light the darkest of nights. When God called him, asking him to leave everything familiar, the comfort of his father's home, the rituals of his upbringing, Abraham did not hesitate. His feet were drawn forward, even as his heart trembled with uncertainty. "Go to the land that I will show you," God had said, and Abraham had responded with an unwavering yes. What faith, what courage, to step into the unknown with nothing but a promise and a flicker of hope igniting his spirit. As he traveled, the very earth beneath his feet became a testament to that promise. Each step echoed with the weight of his lineage, a legacy not just for him but for countless generations. God spoke to Abraham, often in whispers that danced like fireflies in the night. "I will make you a great nation," he would say, and Abraham's heart swelled with the enormity of it all. He was being woven into the fabric of something divine, a lineage that would eventually lead to kings and prophets, to a people chosen and set apart. But the path was not without its shadows. As years turned into decades, Abraham faced the cruel sting of doubt. The promise of a son, of descendants as numerous as the stars, felt like a distant dream. Sarah, his beloved wife, had grown weary, her laughter tinged with bitterness when she learned of the whispers of more children. "How can this be?" she would wonder aloud, her voice a mix of hope and despair. Abraham held her close, sharing her burdens, feeling the weight of their shared longing. They had left everything behind, carried their hopes across foreign lands, only to find themselves ensnared by the chains of their own bodies, aging without the promised heir. In those quiet moments, when the world around them lay still, Abraham would gaze at the stars. Each twinkling light was a glimmer of hope, a reminder of God's unwavering promise. He recalled the night when God, in a voice that resonated through the cosmos, instructed him to look up. "So shall your offspring be," he declared, his words echoing through the heavens. The absurdity of it all made him laugh. How could an old man and his barren wife bring forth a nation? Yet, deep within, a flicker of faith remained, stubborn and resilient. He believed, even when belief felt like a weight he was unable to bear. The years pressed on, and the couple's struggle became even more palpable. Sarah, in a moment of desperation, proposed an unthinkable solution. Take her maidservant, Hagar, and bear a child through her. Abraham, torn between love for Sarah and the desire for descendants, found himself standing at a crossroads. He took a path that would forever alter their lives, a choice that would bring forth Ishmael, a son born of human desperation rather than divine promise. Oh, how the echoes of his choices reverberated. As Ishmael grew, so did the tension in the household. An ache gnawed at Abraham's heart as he witnessed the rift between Sarah and Hagar, a conflict born from the very promise that had once united them. In the stillness of the desert nights, when the stars bore silent witness, Abraham felt the weight of his role as a patriarch and the gravity of his relationship with God. Then came the moment of reckoning, a divine visitation that would change everything. God appeared to Abraham again, reaffirming his covenant. "You shall no longer be called Abram, but Abraham, for I have made you the father of a multitude of nations." It was as if the very heavens had opened, pouring forth hope in a torrent of joy. The name change was more than a title. It was an embodiment of God's promise, a new identity forged in faith. But even as joy blossomed, the tension remained. The birth of Isaac, the child of promise, was a miracle that shook the foundations of what Abraham thought was possible. Joy intertwined with fear as he recognized the magnitude of what lay ahead. Isaac was a vessel of God's covenant, but the path was fraught with challenges and tests that would stretch the limits of Abraham's faith. The heart-wrenching moment when God called him to sacrifice Isaac would test every fiber of his being. The thought of losing his son, his laughter, his legacy, made him tremble. How could he reconcile his love for Isaac with the command of the Almighty? As Abraham climbed the mountain, the weight of his decision bore down on him, making each step feel like an eternity. The sky loomed heavy above him, filled with swirling clouds that mirrored the storm in his heart. But amidst the turmoil, there was an unwavering faith, a belief that somehow, even through the darkest moments, God would provide. As he raised the knife, a moment frozen in time, the angel of the Lord called out, stopping him in his tracks. "Do not lay a hand on the boy." The voice rang clear, echoing off the mountainside. A ram caught in the thicket became the substitute, a symbol of God's grace and provision. The air crackled with both relief and reverence, a moment that would be etched in history, a turning point for generations to come. Abraham's relationship with God was not a simple one. It was a tapestry woven with threads of longing, struggle, and profound faith. Each conversation, every whisper from the divine, built a bond that transcended time, a reminder of God's unwavering presence through life's trials. As he turned away from the mountain, the sun breaking through the clouds, a sense of purpose flooded his soul. He was not just a man. He was a father, a patriarch, a vessel of hope, carrying within him the legacy of faith that would ripple through time, shaping the lives of countless others. And as he looked toward the future, The horizon shimmered with promise, filled with the unseen yet to come. In the stillness of a desert night, under a blanket of stars, a voice broke the silence, a voice that would echo through generations. "I will make you a great nation," it promised, reverberating through the sands of time, wrapping around the hearts of millions. This was the moment that changed everything, the pivotal point where the ordinary transformed into the extraordinary. It was the night of the covenant, a sacred promise made between the divine and a man named Abraham. Abraham, an old man with weathered hands and eyes that sparkled with a lifetime's wisdom, felt the weight of that promise settle on his shoulders. He had spent years wandering, searching for a place to belong, for a legacy to call his own. The earthy scent of the desert, mingling with the cool night air, felt like hope, the kind that swells in the heart, stirring dreams long buried beneath layers of doubt. With every beat of his heart, he could feel the pulse of destiny. He stood there, listening intently, as the whispers of the divine painted a vivid picture of the future. "You shall be the father of many nations," the voice continued, each word dripping with promise and possibility. But with such an immense gift came an equally heavy responsibility. Abraham was not merely called to receive, he was called to act. The land he would inherit, the descendants who would flourish, all hinged on his faith and obedience. Every promise had a condition, and every blessing carried the weight of responsibility. The scene shifted. A fire flickered in front of him, casting shadows that danced like memories of what was and what could be. Abraham's heart raced as he pictured the vast expanse of land destined to be his. It was not just dirt and sand. It was a home, a sanctuary for a new beginning. His mind raced to the children who would one day play under its sun, to the laughter that would fill the air, to the generations that would rise and fall on this hallowed ground. But with the joy of vision came the sting of uncertainty. How could he, an old man with no children of his own, believe such a promise? His wife, Sarah, was barren, and doubt crept into his heart like a thief in the night. What if this was all just a dream? What if the voice belonged to an illusion conjured by his own yearning for something greater? And yet, as he gazed up at the stars, each one shining brightly against the dark, he felt a flicker of something powerful, a glimmer of faith that refused to be extinguished. "Look at the heavens," the voice urged, "and count the stars if you are able." Abraham squinted at the dazzling display above him, realizing that each star represented a promise, a future he could not yet see but was called to believe in. The divine had a plan, intricate and beautiful, and it was woven into the very fabric of his existence. But every promise comes with challenges, and the path ahead would not be smooth. There would be moments of testing, times when the weight of the covenant would feel unbearable. The tension in the air thickened as Abraham's heart raced with the enormity of what lay ahead. The act of faith was not a passive acceptance. It demanded action, courage, and unwavering trust. He would need to leave behind everything familiar, the comforts of home, the bonds of family, and venture into the unknown. A shiver rippled through him as he envisioned the trials that awaited. There would be famine, fear, and perhaps even betrayal. But amidst the uncertainty, there was also a promise of companionship. "I will be with you," the voice assured, wrapping him in a cocoon of divine presence. With each word, the warmth of assurance enveloped him, igniting a fire within. Abraham felt the surge of determination rising, a call to fulfill his part of the covenant, a pledge to walk faithfully in the footsteps laid before him. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and gold, Abraham knew that the journey ahead was not just about him, but about the people who would come after. His responsibility extended far beyond his own life. It was a legacy of faith passed down through time. The promise of descendants, the emergence of a nation, was a profound calling that intertwined his fate with that of countless others. The air crackled with anticipation as he thought of the future generations who would look back at this moment. Children who would rise in the shadow of his faith, whose lives would be shaped by the promises made under that starlit sky. Each one would carry the weight of the covenant, a divine thread woven into the tapestry of their existence. In the depths of his heart, Abraham felt the stirring of something monumental, a call that transcended the mundane, a purpose that ignited the soul. He understood that this was more than a promise of land. It was a declaration of identity and belonging. He was chosen, not just for his own sake, but for the countless lives that would spring forth from his lineage. But the responsibilities weighed heavily. Abraham would have to cultivate this faith, nurturing it like a fragile seed, ensuring it took root in his descendants' hearts. He would face moments of doubt, just as his ancestors would, struggling against the challenges that would threaten to diminish the promise. The path would be fraught with obstacles, yet each challenge would serve as a testament to his commitment, to the covenant that bound him to the divine and to those who would follow. In that moment, standing on the precipice of his destiny, Abraham felt the thrill of the unknown, the sweet scent of possibility mingling with the cool morning breeze. The covenant was alive and pulsing with energy, a living promise that would echo through the ages. The boy who would one day be born to him and Sarah would be the catalyst for a legacy that would change the world, a promise that would extend far beyond the desert sands. With his heart pounding and the sun rising, Abraham took a deep breath, ready to embrace the vastness of his calling. He felt a surge of courage, knowing that he would fulfill the responsibilities tied to this covenant, no matter the cost. This was only the beginning, and as he looked out over the endless horizon, the adventure of faith stretched before him. A glorious tapestry waiting to be woven, a profound legacy just waiting to unfold. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a crimson hue over the bustling streets of Sodom, a city alive with noise and energy. Laughter echoed off the stone walls, mingling with the smell of spices and roasted meats wafting from open-air markets. Yet beneath this vibrant surface, a darkness thrived. Shadows crept through alleyways, whispering tales of greed, lust, and injustice that twisted the very heart of this once promising place. Among the throng, a young woman named Miriam rushed through the crowd, her heart pounding in her chest. She had heard the murmurs, the warnings that spread like wildfire. God is angry, they said. Judgment is coming. But who could possibly hear such a distant voice amidst the cacophony of indulgence? Who would heed the call when the siren song of Sodom promised everything one could desire? She could feel the weight of despair settle in her stomach. Across the city, in a house adorned with opulence, a wealthy merchant named Abimelech sat at a grand table, hosting a banquet that glittered with gold and jewels. His laughter rang out, a hollow echo in the air, as he toasted to wealth and power. Yet, in the corner of the room, a servant girl looked on, her eyes darkened by the burdens she carried. She had seen too much, the cruelty inflicted upon the weak, the disregard for the suffering of others. Every day, she carried the weight of injustice like a shroud around her shoulders, suffocating her spirit. Scattered throughout Sodom were the cries of the oppressed, yet they were drowned out by the revelry of the elite. A beggar sat by the city gate, his clothes tattered, face gaunt. He reached out a trembling hand, murmuring prayers for mercy that fell silent in the noise. He had watched the rich pass by without a second glance, their eyes averted, their hearts hardened. And as the sun dipped behind the horizon, casting elongated shadows over the streets, his soft voice became a haunting echo, filled with desperation that gripped the soul. In the shadows of the city, Lot, Abraham's nephew, stood torn between two worlds. He had settled in Sodom, drawn by its promise of prosperity. Yet he felt the gnawing sense of unease growing each day. Like a lone candle flickering in the dark, he dared to challenge the wickedness that surrounded him. He sought justice for the wronged, but with every plea he met resistance. The city he had called home was a den of sin, and Lot could feel the weight of its moral decay pressing down on him. Late one night, as the stars twinkled mockingly overhead, two visitors arrived in the city. They were not ordinary men, but angels sent with a purpose. Wrapped in the guise of travelers, they moved through the streets, oblivious to the danger that lurked in the hearts of the people. Lot, recognizing their divine nature, hurried to welcome them into his home, offering hospitality even as he felt the darkness closing in. As the night deepened, the malevolence of Sodom surged. A mob gathered outside Lot's door, pounding with fury, demanding that the visitors be handed over. Their shouts filled the air like a storm, a cacophony of rage and desire. "Bring them out!" they yelled, voices twisted with lust and violence. They had become so consumed by their own wickedness that they no longer saw the humanity in one another. Lot stood at the threshold, fear gripping his heart. He pleaded with the mob, trying to reason with them, but his words fell on deaf ears. His family, his very soul, trembled with dread. What kind of city had he come to call home? The angels, sensing the impending doom, struck the mob blind, a momentary reprieve in the chaos. But even as Lot stood bewildered, the sinister reality of Sodom seeped into every crevice of his mind. Moments stretched into eternity as the weight of the city's sins hung heavily over him. The cries of the beggar echoed, the laughter of the banquet turned sour, and the darkness of the streets pulsed like a living thing. Lot's heart raced as he turned to the angels, the gravity of their mission clear. The cries of the city had reached the heavens, and judgment was nigh. With a heavy heart, Lot gathered his family, urgency propelling them forward. There was no time to waste, no moment for hesitation. As they fled the city, the ground trembled beneath their feet. The air crackled with an electric tension, a warning of the storm that was brewing. Behind them, Sodom and Gomorrah stood, defiant and proud, oblivious to the fate that awaited them. The heavens opened, and fire rained down, consuming the cities in an inferno that painted the night sky a hellish red. The screams of the lost echoed through the air, mingling with the crackling of flames. It was a symphony of despair, a chilling reminder of the consequences of sin and injustice. The very ground shook as the cities crumbled, swallowed by the earth's sorrow. Miriam, watching from a distance, felt the heat of the flames on her skin, the screams clawing at her heart. She had wanted to believe that things could change, that the cries of the oppressed would be heard. But even as she turned away, she felt a seed of resolve take root deep within her. She would not forget. She would carry the memory of Sodom and Gomorrah, a testament to the sins that had led to their ruin. As dawn broke, the remnants of Sodom lay smoldering in the glow of a new day. The air was thick with ash and the haunting echoes of what had been. Lot's family, forever changed, walked away with heavy hearts and a newfound understanding of justice, mercy, and the price of sin. The world would remember the outcry against Sodom and Gomorrah, a warning etched in history, a reminder that the cries of the innocent could not be silenced forever. In that moment, the world stood still, the tension palpable, as the sun rose on a landscape forever altered. The cycle of sin and judgment had unfolded, and the scars of the past were now a part of the land's very fabric. A story that would never truly end, but rather transition into the next chapter of humanity's struggle against its own darkness. The rain fell softly on the cobbled streets of a small village, each droplet a whisper of forgotten stories. The air was thick with the scent of wet earth and the promise of change. In this sleepy place, where time seemed to hold its breath, a peculiar stillness lingered, as if the heavens themselves were preparing for something extraordinary. At the edge of the village stood an ancient church, its stone walls worn and weary, a silent witness to centuries of laughter, tears, and prayers. Inside, the flickering candles cast dancing shadows, revealing faces etched with hope and despair. It was here, on a chilly autumn evening, that an unexpected visitor arrived. A stranger cloaked in humble garments, his eyes shimmering with a light that seemed to pierce the fabric of the mundane. The villagers gathered around him, drawn by an unexplainable pull. He spoke softly, his voice weaving through the air like a gentle breeze, stirring hearts that had long been still. Tales of distant lands spilled from his lips, of battles fought and won, of love that transcended the barriers of time and space. Each word held a weight, a truth that resonated deeply within them. It was as if he knew their fears and dreams, gently lifting the veil that shrouded their worries. But there was something strange about this man. He never touched the ground. He seemed to glide, as if the earth were merely a suggestion beneath his feet. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Was he a beggar? A a prophet, or something far more celestial? The villagers exchanged glances, their hearts racing with wonder and curiosity. Among them stood young Alara, her heart racing in a way she had never known. She had lost her mother to an illness that swept through the village like a dark cloud, leaving behind shadows of grief that felt impossible to escape. Now, as she listened to the stranger, something within her began to awaken, a flicker of hope. Perhaps this divine visitor had come to bring answers, to mend the broken pieces of her world. As night fell, the stranger's tales grew more vivid, more intense. He spoke of angels, hidden among the ordinary, their wings cloaked in the fabric of humanity. Sometimes, he said, they walk among you, appearing as those you least expect. They are the ones who sit beside the grieving, who offer a smile when the world feels heavy. They are the divine in disguise. The words hung in the air, a delicate thread connecting their souls. Outside, the rain intensified, drumming a rhythmic beat against the church roof as thunder rumbled in the distance. The villagers huddled closer, their eyes wide as the stranger recounted stories of miracles. Of a woman who had found her lost child after years of searching, of a farmer whose barren field had suddenly bloomed with life. Each story was a spark, igniting the embers of their hope. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the church doors. The villagers turned as a young boy stumbled in, breathless and wide-eyed. "There's a fire!" he shouted, panic etched across his face. "The mill is burning!" Gasps filled the air, and chaos threatened to unravel the fragile calm. A mill was the heart of the village, its will turning the dreams of the people into reality. Without it, despair would follow. The stranger's demeanor shifted. He stood taller, his eyes piercing through the fear. "We must act," he urged, his voice strong and steady. Alara felt a strange sense of calm wash over her. She looked around at the faces of the villagers, their fears reflected in her own. Together, they rushed out into the storm, the rain mingling with the smoke that filled the air. As they reached the mill, the flames leaped high, a wild dance of destruction. Alara's heart pounded in her chest. The heat was overwhelming, the crackling of the fire a terrifying symphony. People shouted, some rushing to gather buckets of water, others attempting to form a line to pass the buckets to the fire. But the blaze was fierce, consuming everything in its path. Through the chaos, the stranger moved with purpose. He did not seem affected by the smoke or the heat. Instead, he found the courage to lead, directing the villagers with calm authority. "Form a line. Keep the water coming," he commanded, his voice slicing through the panic like a beacon in the night. Alara felt herself moving, driven by a force she could not name, joining the line with others. Water splashed against the flames, but the fire was relentless, pushing back against their efforts. In that moment of desperation, something extraordinary happened. The stranger raised his hands skyward, his demeanor shifting as if he were reaching for the very heavens. The air around him shimmered, charged with an energy that made Alara's skin tingle. The flames seemed to hesitate, flickering as if caught in a moment of awe. Then, a gust of wind swept through, a powerful force that roared past them, scattering the smoke and carrying the flames back, as if some unseen hand were guiding the fire away from destruction. Gasps erupted from the villagers as they witnessed the miracle unfold. As the flames diminished, a soft glow emanated from the stranger, illuminating the night like a star reborn. He turned to Alara, and for a brief moment, their eyes locked. She felt a connection that transcended words, an understanding that went beyond the ordinary. But just as swiftly as he appeared, the stranger began to fade, his form growing translucent against the backdrop of the extinguished fire. "Remember," he whispered, his voice reverberating in their hearts. "You are the angels in disguise, capable of miracles when you stand together." And with that, he vanished, leaving only the lingering warmth of his presence and a sense of wonder. The villagers stared at the spot where he had stood, their hearts swelling with a mix of disbelief and reverence. Alara, still clutching a dripping bucket, felt the weight of his words settle within her. Perhaps they were all meant to be angels for one another, to carry hope in the darkest of times. She could almost hear the echo of his voice, urging her to look beyond the surface, to see the divine in the ordinary. As dawn broke, washing the village in golden light, the people began to gather, sharing stories of the night's events, each tale more miraculous than the last. Alara stood among them, her heart a kaleidoscope of emotions. She knew that though they had faced despair, they had also found strength, within themselves and within each other. The echoes of the stranger's visit lingered like a sweet melody, intertwining with the heartbeat of the village. Little did they know, their divine encounter was only a prelude to the greater tapestry of connection and hope that awaited them. And as the sun rose higher, the villagers felt a stirring in their souls, a sense that the universe had much more in store for them, hidden just beyond the horizon. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm golden hue across the ancient city of Sodom, a place buzzing with life yet shadowed by whispers of darkness. The air was thick with tension, a foreboding sense of the inevitable weighing down on the hearts of its inhabitants. In a nearby tent, an old man sat quietly, his face weathered and wise, the wrinkles of his skin tracing stories of faith and struggle. Abraham, the patriarch, was in the midst of what felt like an impending storm, one that threatened not just his home but the very core of his beliefs. As the evening shadows lengthened, Abraham sensed a presence. It was not the first time he had felt the weight of divine scrutiny upon him. He had walked with God, conversed with the Almighty, and now he found himself at the crossroads of righteousness and wrath. The news had reached him. Sodom and Gomorrah, cities ripe with sin, were to face divine judgment. A chill ran down his spine at the thought of the innocent being swept away alongside the guilty. Abraham's heart raced. How could a righteous God destroy cities that might still hold the flickering flames of goodness? What of the faithful, the ones who might still cling to virtue amidst the chaos? With a surge of determination, he rose to his feet, the tent fabric brushing against him like the whisper of fate. He would intercede. With each step, the ground beneath him felt charged with purpose. "Will you indeed sweep away the righteous with the wicked?" he implored, his voice echoing across the barren landscape. His pulse quickened as he envisioned the faces of the innocent, the families, the children, the weary souls who might still believe in the goodness of God. Would their faith go unnoticed? Would their lives be extinguished in an act of divine retribution? As he lifted his gaze, the heavens seemed to listen. Abraham, unyielding in spirit, approached the brink of a negotiation with the Creator himself. "What if there are 50 righteous within the city? Will you spare it for their sake?" His words hung in the air, powerful and pleading, like an arrow shot into the unknown. He could feel the weight of heaven's gaze, the intensity of divine attention resting upon him. In the stillness that followed, the response came, soft yet thunderous. "If I find at Sodom 50 righteous in the city, I will spare the whole place for their sake." A moment of relief washed over Abraham, yet the battle was far from over. The number seemed impossibly high, and he pressed on, his heart pounding like a war drum. What if there are only 45, or 40, or 30? Each question was a desperate plea, each answer a flicker of hope. The rhythm of his intercession mirrored the rising tension, pushing onwards through the thickening air. With every lowering of the number, Abraham's heart beat a little faster, the stakes growing higher with each exchange. What if only 20 can be found, or even 10? The very essence of his being hung on each word, the very fate of his kin resting precariously in the balance. Would 10 righteous souls be enough to save a city drenched in vice? The question echoed in his mind, and with every answer from God, the weight of despair mingled with the flicker of hope. The sun began to dip below the horizon, casting shadows that danced ominously across the landscape. Abraham could feel the gathering storm, not of rain, but of judgment on the horizon. His voice trembled with urgency as he called out one last time, "Suppose 10 are found there?" The finality of his question hung in the air, a prayer sent into the winds that carried it straight to the heavens. "If I find at Sodom 10 righteous in the city, I will not destroy it." The words, though a promise, felt like a double-edged sword. Abraham's heart sank as realization dawned upon him. The cities, vibrant and bustling, were suffocated by sin. But could there still be 10 souls, cloaked in virtue, standing against the tide? The weight of the task loomed heavy over him. Silence enveloped the scene, a pause that felt eternal. Abraham stood on the precipice of his own faith, wrestling with the knowledge that destruction loomed just beyond the horizon. He had pressed the Almighty, had dared to challenge divine decree, and now he stood alone, wrestling with both hope and despair. His heart ached for the people of Sodom, for the children who played beneath the sun, unaware of the impending doom. As he turned away from the sacred conversation, a sense of urgency propelled him forward. He had done what he could. He had bared his soul to God, but what next? The silence of night wrapped around him like a shroud. He knew he must act, must find those few who might still walk in righteousness. But where to begin? With a pounding heart, Abraham set out from the hillside, his mind racing with thoughts of family, friends, and strangers alike. Each step took him away from the divine dialogue, yet deeper into the fray of human condition. Shadows loomed, and the world felt heavier than before. The weight of impending judgment pushed down on him, urging him to find a glimmer of hope among the rubble of despair. Little did he know, the cities below still pulsed with life, still held the potential for redemption, but time was running out. As he descended towards the valley, the flickering lights of Sodom illuminated the night, a grim reminder of what was at stake. The cries for help echoed in his ears, and Abraham's heart raced with the urgency of a man on a mission. He would not give up until the last moment, until the last breath was drawn. With the fate of Sodom hanging in the balance, he pressed on, determined to find the righteous among the wicked, desperate to save the city he had come to love, even if it was just for the sake of a few. Hope surged within him, igniting a fire that would drive him forward into the night, into the unknown, where the line between salvation and destruction was drawn. And as the stars glittered above, Abraham's journey had only just begun, the darkness yearning for a sliver of light to break through. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the city of Sodom. The air was thick with tension, the kind that made skin crawl and hearts race. In the narrow streets, laughter rang out, but it felt hollow, echoing against the towering walls that seemed to close in on all who dared walk within them. It was a city that thrived on indulgence, where morality had been cast aside like a worn-out garment. Yet, beneath the surface, a storm brewed, and no one seemed aware of the dark clouds gathering on the horizon. Lot stood at the entrance of his home, eyes scanning the bustling streets. He was a man torn, a father of 2 daughters, and a husband to a woman who longed for the comforts of Sodom. His heart ached with the weight of his choices. This city, with its shimmering allure, had ensnared many, but Lot had not been blind to the undercurrents of depravity swirling around him. He felt the pull of a different life, a life filled with faith, hope, and family. Yet temptation whispered sweetly in his ear, urging him to stay. The sun slipped further, painting the sky in hues of orange and crimson, as if signaling the impending doom that lay ahead. Lot's mind flickered with memories of his uncle Abraham, a man of great faith who had left so much behind for the promise of a better land. Lot had chosen comfort over challenge, safety over sacrifice. Now he felt the weight of that decision pressing down on his chest like a heavy stone. As night fell, the city transformed. The laughter morphed into something sinister, an undercurrent of danger that prickled at Lot's senses. He turned to his daughters, who were oblivious to the darkness surrounding them, their eyes sparkling with dreams of the future. It was a future Lot feared would be snuffed out by the very city he had allowed them to grow up in. The door to his home creaked open, and 2 visitors stepped inside. They were strangers, yet there was an unmistakable aura of strength about them, a quiet power that made Lot's skin tingle. He sensed they were not just ordinary travelers. They carried an energy that drew him in, but also filled him with dread. He could feel the tension in the air, thick and palpable, like the quiet before a storm. "What brings you to Sodom?" he asked, trying to mask his unease. The visitors exchanged a glance that spoke volumes, their eyes reflecting the weight of a mission far greater than Lot could comprehend. "We come with a message," one of them said. His voice was steady, calm, cutting through the chaos of the night. "This city has been weighed in the balance, and its end is near." Lot's heart raced. The implications of those words hung heavy in the air. He wanted to dismiss them as madness, but deep down, he felt an unshakable truth in their proclamation. It was a truth that ignited fear within him, the kind of fear that made you question all the choices you had ever made. As the night deepened, an uneasy shift swept through Sodom. Outside, the sounds of revelry faded, replaced by a disquiet that seemed to seep into the very foundations of the city. Shadows danced along the walls, and a chill ran down Lot's spine. He could hear the distant rumble of thunder, an ominous herald of the chaos that was to come. Suddenly, a loud pounding echoed from the door. Lot's heart dropped. He recognized the voices outside, angry, demanding, filled with lust. They were men of Sodom, men who had come to claim what they believed was their right. The visitors' faces hardened, and their eyes glinted with a fierce resolve. Lot felt a surge of panic. He had to protect his family, but at what cost? "Do not open the door," one of the visitors warned, his voice low yet firm. The gravity of the situation pressed heavily upon Lot's shoulders. He was caught between his duty as a father and the dread of inviting utter devastation into his home. The door shuddered under the weight of the mob's desperation. Their shouts filled the air, rising in a cacophony of rage and desire. "Bring out the men who came to you. We will have our pleasure." The words were a dagger, aimed straight for Lot's heart. He felt their hunger, raw and insatiable, and it terrified him. In a moment of desperation, he opened the door just a crack, peering into the boiling sea of faces, wild and frenzied. "Please do not harm my guests. They are under my protection." But no reason would quell their lust. They were a pack, driven by something primal, something darker than the night that surrounded them. Lot's mind raced, and he felt time slip away as he realized the danger his daughters faced. In a frantic attempt to shield them, he made a fateful decision. "Take my daughters instead." The words escaped his lips before he could grasp their weight, and the horror of what he had just offered gripped him with icy fingers. The crowd paused, a moment of silence hanging dangerously in the air, as if Sodom itself was holding its breath. The visitors exchanged glances, their expressions unreadable as Lot's heart pounded in his chest. If only he could take back his words, but the damage was done. The mob surged forward, a tide of chaos and violence, and Lot felt a sense of despair wash over him, mingled with the taste of helplessness. The visitors stepped forward, a fierce determination igniting in their eyes. "You must leave this place, Lot," one commanded, voice booming with authority. "The time for your choice is now, and you must act swiftly. Sodom will not stand." But how could he leave? How could he abandon his life, his family, everything he thought he held dear? The tension in the air crackled, and Lot felt the walls of his world closing in around him. The choices he had made seemed to loom large, each one a reminder of the path he had chosen. The weight of Sodom's darkness pressed upon him, and he knew that time was running out. The night was alive with chaos, and Lot could feel the very ground beneath him trembling with the force of the unfolding storm. The moment had come to confront the truth he had long denied, a truth stained with the blood of his own decisions. Now, as the echoes of the city's cries surrounded him, he was left with one final choice. Would he stand against the tide of destruction, or would he let it swallow him whole? In the shadow of a setting sun, Sodom and Gomorrah lay sprawled across the arid landscape, their golden towers gleaming like a mirage. But beneath that shimmering surface was a world pulsing with life, a complex tapestry of desires, fears, and unbridled passions. The streets thrummed with energy, filled with laughter and shouting, but it was a laughter that held a chilling edge, a tension lurking just beneath the surface, waiting to explode. Every morning, merchants set up their stalls, their voices rising in a cacophony of bargaining. While children played in dusty alleyways, their innocent laughter echoing against the stone walls. Yet, the air was thick with an unspoken dread that clung to the inhabitants like a heavy cloak. A dark undercurrent flowed through the vibrant life of these cities, shaped by a society that had begun to lose its way. As the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows through the narrow streets, the atmosphere shifted. At the center of Sodom, the marketplace transformed into a stage for the wild and the reckless. People gathered, eager for entertainment that pushed the boundaries of morality. Stories of their excesses rippled like waves, tales of feasts that lasted until dawn, of revelries that blurred the lines between right and wrong. This was a society that celebrated its indulgences, where the brightest lights often cast the darkest shadows. Meanwhile, the walls of Gomorrah echoed with whispers of forbidden desires. The social climate was rife with a sense of competition, each person striving to outdo the other in a dangerous game of decadence. The wealthy flaunted their riches, employing extravagant displays to showcase their status. Yet, beneath this ostentation lay a desperation, a fear of losing everything in a world where power and pleasure were the only currencies that mattered. The more one had, the more one craved, and satisfaction was a fleeting illusion. In this world, compassion and empathy had become relics of the past, replaced by a relentless pursuit of personal gratification. Friendships were often transactional, built on what one could gain rather than on genuine connections. People moved through life with their hearts encased in armor, unwilling to risk the vulnerability of true intimacy. The laughter that rang through the streets, once filled with love, now echoed with emptiness. The nights in Sodom and Gomorrah revealed the true heart of the cities. As darkness fell, the streets transformed into playgrounds of the wild and the wicked. The flickering light of torches illuminated figures dancing in abandon, swaying to the rhythm of music that spoke of both ecstasy and despair. The air crackled with anticipation and danger, as desires twisted around one another like vines. In the corners of bustling taverns, men and women shared stories that blurred the lines of right and wrong, reveling in the thrill of their transgressions. They spoke in hushed tones about the latest scandal, the latest betrayal, laughter punctuating the air like a sharp knife. The thrill of gossip provided a fleeting escape from their own moral decay, a way to bond over the downfall of others while masking their own insecurities. Yet, even as the revelers embraced their freedom, a sense of unease crept into the hearts of a few. A handful of individuals wandered the streets, their eyes heavy with sorrow as they witnessed the unraveling of their society. They saw how quickly joy turned to despair, how the pursuit of pleasure led to a hollow existence. These few, like lanterns flickering in the dark, felt the weight of their world pressing down upon them, and they struggled to voice their fears amidst the chaos. In the quiet hours of the night, the moral fabric of Sodom and Gomorrah unraveled further. The boundaries of consent were tested and broken, as desires morphed into demands. The cries of the vulnerable echoed through the streets, drowned out by the laughter of the unconcerned. The once vibrant tapestry of community frayed, and the lines between right and wrong blurred into a smudge of gray. As the cities swayed on the brink of collapse, their inhabitants remained oblivious, caught in the throes of their endless cycle of indulgence. The very essence of humanity drifted further away, like ash carried on the wind. They were drawn to the fire, the light, the passion, but the flames danced dangerously close to consuming them. And so, the social climate of Sodom and Gomorrah simmered, an unstable cauldron of desires and consequences. It was a world where every laugh held a secret, every touch carried the weight of unspoken truths. The laughter that echoed through the streets was not one of joy, but rather a desperate attempt to drown out the growing sense of dread. The people were trapped in a narrative of their own making, where pleasure and pain intertwined in a complex waltz. With each passing day, the tension thickened, and the air became charged with anticipation. What would become of a society that had wandered so far from the light? As the sun rose and fell, the inhabitants danced on the edge of a precipice, blind to the impending storm that brewed in the distance. The laughter would soon turn to screams, the revelry to chaos, but for now, they remained blissfully unaware, lost in their own desires. The stage was set, and the actors played their roles with fervor, each moment tinged with the promise of something momentous. The story of Sodom and Gomorrah was not just one of excess but of consequences that echoed through the ages, a lesson written in the very fabric of their society. It was only a matter of time before the reckoning would come, a storm brewing on the horizon, ready to sweep away the remnants of a broken world. And in that moment, when the laughter faded and the truth emerged, the cities would stand as a testament to what happens when a society loses its way. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the cobblestone streets of a once vibrant city. Laughter and music echoed from taverns, mingling with the smell of roasted meat and fresh bread. Yet, beneath this veneer of celebration, a darkness crept through the alleys like smoke from a dying fire. The people, engrossed in their revelries, failed to see the signs of a slow but inevitable decay, their morals crumbling like the ancient stones beneath their feet. In the bustling marketplace, merchants cried out for attention, their wares displayed with pride. Yet among the goods, idols made of gold and precious stones glimmered greedily in the fading light. These idols, once merely ornamental, had become the objects of desire, worshipped and adored by the masses. As the people turned their backs on the divine, they embraced the hollow promises of these figures, believing they held the key to happiness and prosperity. As night fell, the streets transformed. The laughter morphed into something darker, a call to indulge in pleasures that would lead them down a treacherous path. The taverns spilled forth patrons, their faces flushed with wine and their hearts racing with the thrill of the forbidden. Music turned into a siren song, luring men and women alike into a spiral of lust and betrayal. The once honored bonds of love and friendship dissolved into fleeting encounters, each one more desperate than the last. Families, once tight-knit and filled with warmth, began to fracture. Children wandered aimlessly, their innocence fading as they watched their parents chase after fleeting pleasures. A father, once a pillar of strength, now found solace only in the embrace of strangers, while a mother drowned her sorrows in a bottle, forgetting the very children she was meant to protect. They were absorbed in a world of idolatry, where the bright allure of wealth and unrestrained pleasure overshadowed the simple joys of life. In the shadows, whispers of dissent grew louder. A small group of individuals, disillusioned by the rampant immorality, gathered in secret. They spoke of the old ways of a time when loyalty and faith meant something. Yet their voices were a mere whisper against the overwhelming tide, the vibrant party celebrating the night's delights. The few who dared to resist were quickly silenced by the majority who reveled in their newfound freedom, seeing the pursuit of their desires as a right rather than a sin. As the moon rose, casting a silvery glow upon the city, the revelry reached a fever pitch. An extravagant feast was held in honor of a newly erected idol, a representation of greed and lust personified. The air was thick with the scent of incense and roasted meats, a lavish spread meant to appease the insatiable hunger of the crowd. People danced and sang, their voices rising in a chaotic harmony, drowning out the faint cries of reason that struggled to be heard. But every celebration has its price. As the night wore on, the revelers became more reckless, their laughter tinged with a desperation that began to echo like a warning bell. The idol, adorned with jewels and offerings, seemed to pulse with a life of its own, demanding more than the people could give. Those who had once been friends now turned on each other, fighting for the attention of the idol, blinded by jealousy and lust. Trust deteriorated into betrayal, and the bonds that once held them together shattered like glass. Amidst this chaos, a single figure stood alone, watching with a heavy heart. A woman named Alara, once a beacon of hope in her community, felt the weight of despair settle upon her shoulders. She had witnessed the transformation of her friends, the way their laughter had twisted into something unrecognizable. She had seen love morph into obsession and companionship into mere convenience. Her heart ached for the lost souls wandering aimlessly, searching for fulfillment in all the wrong places. Alara had not succumbed to the siren call of the idols. She had chosen a path of integrity, which had cost her dearly in a world that viewed her as an outcast. The whispers of doubt wrapped around her like a shroud, urging her to abandon her fight, to give in to the tide of immorality that swept through the city like a storm. But within her burned a flicker of hope, a belief that there was still a chance to awaken those around her before it was too late. As the night deepened, the chaos reached a climax. A fight broke out among the revelers, their revelry turning to violence. Glass shattered, and cries of pain sliced through the air. The idol, once a symbol of their desires, now loomed over the scene like a judge, its cold gaze watching as the people tore at each other, revealing the ugly truth hidden beneath the facade of happiness. Blood flowed on the cobblestones, mingling with spilled wine, as the people, lost in their own darkness, failed to see the irony of their worship. Alara stepped forward, heart pounding in her chest, determined to make her voice heard above the clamor. "This is not who we are," she shouted, her voice slicing through the chaos like a beacon of light. But her words were drowned out by the din of their madness. The crowd was too far gone, too intoxicated by their desires to hear reason. She watched in horror as the scene unfolded, a disintegration of community, friendship, and family, all sacrificed on the altar of idolatry. In that moment, the ground beneath her trembled, as if the very earth was protesting the moral decline of its inhabitants. The idols they had worshipped, the lives they had led, all began to dissolve under the weight of consequence. Soon, the shadows that had crept into their hearts would become the very chains that bound them to despair. And so, the tale continued, woven into the fabric of their lives, each thread pulled tighter as the stakes grew ever higher. The question loomed: would the people awaken to the truth of their choices, or would they remain entranced, forever lost in a cycle of idolatry and immorality? The answer lingered in the air, heavy and electric, as the night unfolded with unrelenting tension, spiraling toward an unseen fate. In the hushed twilight, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, an air of expectancy thrummed through the village of Bethany. It was a day like no other, and the townsfolk, unable to shake a sense of foreboding, gathered in clusters by their doors, glancing anxiously toward the road that wound through the hills. Little did they know angels were on their way. From a distance, a faint rustle echoed, like the whisper of a breeze brushing against the tall grass. It was a sound that sent shivers down the spines of the villagers, but also sparked a flicker of curiosity. The angels, radiant and ethereal, had arrived, cloaked in a soft glow that seemed to shimmer like starlight. Their presence was undeniable, each figure gliding with a grace that felt almost otherworldly. Eyes widened, hearts raced, and breath was held as the villagers processed the sight unfolding before them. Their first stop was the humble abode of Martha and Mary. The sisters had been preparing for this day, although in their wildest dreams, they never imagined such guests would cross their threshold. The kitchen, fragrant with the aroma of fresh bread and roasted lamb, stood ready to receive the celestial visitors. Martha, with flour still dusting her apron, felt a surge of both excitement and anxiety. "What if they don't like my cooking?" she whispered, her hands trembling slightly as she set the table with the finest linen she could find. As the angels approached, the atmosphere shifted. The soft light they emanated seemed to wrap itself around the home, casting away the shadows lurking in the corners. Mary, with her gentle spirit, stepped forward, her heart pounding in harmony with the village's collective anticipation. She gazed up in awe, her eyes locking onto the angel who appeared to lead the group. His wings, a delicate tapestry of shimmering feathers, unfurled slightly, and in that moment, a sense of peace washed over her. "Fear not," the angel spoke, his voice a melodious blend of strength and warmth, wrapping around them like a comforting embrace. "We come with tidings of great joy." The villagers gasped, their breaths catching in their throats. Who were these beings, and what news could they possibly bring? The air thickened with a mixture of trepidation and hope, as though the very heavens had opened up to offer a glimpse of something divine. Martha's hands paused mid-motion, her heart racing with a blend of wonder and disbelief. She looked to her sister, who stood transfixed, eyes shimmering like the stars above. "What do we do?" she whispered. "How do we welcome them? With our hearts, Mary replied, her voice steady despite the thrill that coursed through her veins. "We offer them the best of what we have." Flustered yet determined, Martha gathered herself and hurried to the kitchen, determined to present dishes that would honor such celestial guests. She ladled steaming lentil soup into bowls, the warmth of the broth a symbol of comfort and hospitality. As she worked, the kitchen filled with laughter, angelic laughter, ringing clear and bright, wrapping itself around them like a melody. The sisters exchanged glances, both bewildered and enchanted. Outside, an ever-growing crowd had gathered, eyes wide with wonder. They whispered among themselves, trying to grasp the significance of the moment. Word spread like wildfire. A divine presence had graced their humble village. The air was thick with excitement, and a sense of unity bound them together. It was more than mere curiosity. It was a chance to witness something that would be spoken of for generations. As the angels entered the modest home, a sensation washed over the villagers, a feeling of being part of something larger than themselves. They had come to witness, to bear witness, to share in this miraculous encounter. The angels' eyes, deep and luminous, scanned the room, a gentle acknowledgement that resonated within every soul present. "Your hearts are open," the leader of the angels said, his voice soothing as a gentle breeze. "And in this you are blessed." The villagers felt a wave of warmth wash over them, as if the very essence of love itself had seeped into their skin, igniting every corner of their beings. Martha, clutching the soup ladle, felt her heart soar. "Would you like to share a meal with us?" she asked, her voice steadying with each syllable. The angels exchanged glances, and the leader nodded, a soft smile gracing his features. With that small gesture, the atmosphere changed once more, filled now with a sense of celebration. Mary lit the candles on the table, their flames flickering in rhythm with the hearts around them. Laughter filled the air, a sound that echoed through the village as the angels settled at the table, their ethereal beauty blending seamlessly with the simple, homely setting. As the meal commenced, stories flowed like the wine that filled their cups. The angels spoke of distant lands, of the beauty and pain that accompanied their journeys, while the villagers shared tales of their own, stories of struggle, love, and hope. An unbreakable bond formed as they connected over shared experiences, transcending the barriers that often divided them. With every bite, the villagers felt the weight of their worries lift, replaced by a sense of belonging and joy. Laughter mingled with the clattering of dishes, creating a symphony that resonated through the night. Outside, the stars twinkled brighter than ever, as if they too were drawn to this moment of divine connection. But amidst the laughter, the atmosphere grew heavy with an unspoken tension. The villagers sensed a shift, an undertone to the angels' messages that lingered just out of reach. What were these tidings of great joy? What consequences awaited them on the horizon? As the night deepened, the line between the ordinary and the extraordinary began to blur. Little did they know, the arrival of the angels was just the beginning, an invitation to a destiny that loomed just beyond the veil of their understanding. The warmth of hospitality ignited a flame that would soon illuminate secrets long hidden, igniting a path that would intertwine their fates in ways they could scarcely imagine. And so, as the last echoes of laughter faded into the night, a profound silence settled over the village. The angels, with their otherworldly presence, bore witness to the awakening of a new chapter in the lives of those they had so effortlessly touched. Each heart at that table thrummed with possibility, and the air crackled with the promise of what lay ahead, waiting just beyond the horizon. In the midst of a parched desert, where the sun raged relentlessly, there lay a city whose name would echo through the ages, Sodom. The air was thick with a tension that only the wicked could conjure. People rushed through its narrow streets, their faces masks of greed and desire, their hearts hardened by a darkness that had seeped into the very stones of their homes. Laughter rang out, a hollow sound filled with malice, mingling with the distant cries of those who had fallen victim to the city's insatiable hunger for sin. As twilight descended, the city transformed into something sinister. Shadows stretched long, and the flickering lights from oil lamps cast eerie shapes against the cracked walls. It was then that the wretchedness of Sodom came alive, a living tapestry of immorality woven from threads of betrayal, lust, and oppression. The streets, once bustling with innocent chatter, now lay drenched in a thick layer of despair that clung to the very air, stifling any hint of hope. In the market, merchants hawked their goods with deceptive smiles, their eyes darting about, searching for the next victim. The aroma of spices mixed with something far more pungent, the smell of desperation. Outside, a young girl, no older than 10, stood barefoot, her once bright clothes faded and torn. She watched as the wealthy bought luxuries, their laughter sharp and mocking, a cruel reminder of her own poverty. The girl clutched her tattered doll, its eyes missing, mirroring her own emptiness. In the center of the city stood a grand palace adorned with pillars that reached for the sky, a glaring contrast to the suffering outside. Here, the rulers sat, feasting on lavish banquets while their subjects toiled endlessly. Their gluttony had no bounds, their banter filled with the thrill of power that came at the cost of countless souls. The leaders of Sodom lived in a world where the cries of the innocent were drowned out by the clinking of silver goblets, a symphony so loud that it masked the tormented whispers of the oppressed. As night deepened, a hush fell over the streets. In the shadows, figures moved stealthily, cloaked in darkness. They were the ones who thrived on fear and manipulation, those who preyed on the weak, their intentions veiled beneath a facade of charm. It was not uncommon for strangers to disappear in Sodom, vanishing without a trace, swallowed whole by the city's voracious appetite for sin. The night was alive with unsettling tales, whispered from one ear to another. Stories of violence, betrayal, and wickedness seeped into the very fabric of the city. One such story emerged from the lips of an old man sitting near the city gates. He warned of the perils that awaited any traveler who dared to enter Sodom's embrace. They will greet you with open arms, but beneath their smiles is a dagger poised to strike, he croaked, his voice gravelly with age and experience. Yet, there were those who dared to ignore the warnings. They entered the city, lured by the promise of pleasure and wealth. And once inside, the intoxicating allure of Sodom wrapped around them like a serpent, squeezing tighter with every passing moment. The music played late into the night, its seductive rhythm drawing the unsuspecting deeper into the heart of depravity. Among the revelers, two strangers arrived, men who had traveled far, guided by a sense of purpose. They were weary from their journey but filled with a resolve that made them stand out in the sea of corruption. They moved through the streets, their eyes wide open to the perils around them. They could feel the weight of Sodom's darkness pressing against their chests, but their mission was clear. As they sought shelter, the chilling realization settled over them. The very walls that shielded them also whispered secrets of horrors that unfolded within. They were offered hospitality by a man named Lot, whose soul was torn between loyalty to his city and the desperate need to protect these newcomers from the impending doom that loomed over all. Lot's heart raced as he looked into their eyes, recognizing the innocence that was foreign to Sodom. But the city wasn't ready to let go of its hold on wickedness. As night deepened, chaos erupted. A mob gathered outside Lot's home, their voices a wild cacophony of rage and desire. They demanded the newcomers, seeking to fulfill their insatiable cravings, their intentions dark and twisted. The air crackled with tension, every heart beating in time with the impending violence. Inside, Lot's heart pounded as he faced the mob. The weight of their wickedness pressed against him, a palpable force threatening to shatter his resolve. He could hear their taunts, their promises of pleasure, but deep down, he felt the urgency of the moment. He knew he had to protect the innocent at any cost, even if it meant risking everything he held dear. In the throes of desperation, Lot offered something unimaginable: his own daughters. It was a moment steeped in horror, the very act a reflection of the city's moral decay. The crowd roared, a beast awakened, and the darkness of Sodom swirled around them like a storm. In that instant, the very essence of the city was laid bare, an unquenchable thirst for destruction that consumed all. The tension reached a fever pitch as the mob surged forward, intent on fulfilling their horrific desires. But before the chaos could engulf everything, a force intervened, an otherworldly presence that rippled through the fabric of Sodom. With a sudden flash, the scene shifted, and the reality of the city stood on the brink of annihilation. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and the air crackled with a divine warning, a prelude to the reckoning that was about to unfold. Lot looked at the newcomers with fear and gratitude, for they were not just guests in Sodom. They were the harbingers of a truth that the city had long chosen to ignore. As they spoke, their voices filled with urgency. The weight of their message hung heavy in the air. Sodom's time was up, and the consequences of its wickedness were about to be unleashed. The confrontation was electric, a moment that would forever alter the destiny of the city. The darkness that had gripped Sodom for so long felt the tremors of a reckoning that would not be silenced. With each heartbeat, the city swayed between salvation and destruction, caught in an unyielding struggle that promised to reshape its very existence. The night was thick with tension, the atmosphere crackling with an electricity that could only foreshadow an impending storm. In the town of Sodom, shadows danced beneath the flickering light of torches, and the scent of danger lingered in the air, pregnant with unspoken threats. The moon hung low, casting an eerie glow over the cobblestone streets where whispers of lust and violence intertwined. Lot stood at the threshold of his humble home, a mixture of dread and resolve tightening his chest. He had always been a man of principle, but tonight he felt his values teetering on the edge. It was not just the flicker of fear in his heart that held him captive. It was the weight of the responsibility he bore for his guests, two men whose mere presence had turned his life upside down. They were strangers to him, yet he felt an instinctual urge to protect them. They were weary travelers, seeking refuge from a world that seemed determined to devour them whole. As Lot invited them in, the door closed with a finality that echoed through the night. The air grew thick with tension, and he could feel the weight of the decision that loomed over him. He was their host, a role steeped in ancient duty, yet he was painfully aware of the growing menace outside. He could hear the raucous voices of the townsfolk, hungry for an opportunity to unleash their darkest desires. The energy in the room shifted as his guests exchanged uncertain glances, their faces illuminated by the flickering oil lamps, revealing a mix of trust and fear. Lot's heart raced, pounding like a tribal drum echoing through his chest. The desperate cries of those outside were a cacophony of chaos. They demanded the newcomers, their lust igniting a primal urge that sent shivers down Lot's spine. He could almost taste the bile rising in his throat as he imagined the fate that awaited his guests should he falter. To them, the strangers represented a forbidden fruit, one they would fight to claim, no matter the cost. "Stand back," Lot pleaded, his voice wavering slightly as he faced the mob gathered outside. "These men are under my protection." His words were met with a collective roar, an angry sea of bodies that surged like a wave, ready to crash against the walls of his home. The fear in Lot's heart clawed at him, but he stood firm, a lone sentinel against the tide. What would he sacrifice for their safety? The thought gnawed at him, a relentless whisper that refused to be silenced. He was trapped in a nightmare of his own making, caught between the unthinkable and the unimaginable. The very fabric of his morality was being pulled taut, threatening to snap at any moment. Lot could feel the eyes of his guests upon him, searching for reassurance, hope, anything to counterbalance the dread that hung heavily in the air. Suddenly, a chilling idea took root in his mind, one that made his skin crawl. In a split second of desperation, he found himself grappling with a choice that twisted his insides like a dagger. To protect his guests, he felt compelled to offer someone in exchange. "I have daughters," he shouted, his voice breaking through the tumult. "Take them, do what you will, but leave these men alone." The air went still, a haunting silence enveloping them all, as if the world had paused to absorb the weight of his words. His heart thundered wildly in his chest, a mix of horror and disbelief crashing over him like a tidal wave. Lot's own flesh and blood, his beloved daughters, offered as sacrificial lambs to appease the insatiable hunger of the mob. It felt like betrayal, a betrayal to fatherhood, to himself. Yet the primal urge to protect surged within him, pushing reason aside like a forgotten memory. The eyes of his guests widened, shock and disbelief etched across their faces. They were not merely guests. They were human beings, souls with hopes and dreams, now caught in a web of desperation woven by Lot himself. He could feel the heat of their stares piercing through him, the weight of their silent judgment a palpable force. Outside, the mob roared back to life, a lust-fueled frenzy that sent tremors through the ground beneath Lot's feet. The echoes of their jeers filled the air, mingling with the sound of his own heart, racing ever faster as he realized the magnitude of what he had just done. The world around him blurred, the lines between right and wrong becoming indistinguishable. How had he come to this point? What had happened to the values he cherished, the love he held for his daughters? Panic surged as the mob grew restless, their primal urges pushing them closer to the gate. There was no turning back now. He had risked everything in a desperate bid to hold onto the last threads of his moral compass. He felt like a puppet, strung along by the cruel hands of fate, forced to dance on the edge of a knife. The faces of the townsfolk twisted in hunger and rage, a grotesque tableau of desire and violence that forced Lot to confront the reality of his choices. Every scream, every growl reverberated through his bones, a haunting chorus that begged him to take a stand. Around him, his daughters stood frozen, fear etched into their features, and he knew in that moment that he had unleashed a darkness he couldn't contain. "Please, you must protect them," he cried out to his guests, desperation lacing his voice. "You have to understand. My family, I cannot let them be harmed." His pleas fell into the chaotic din, swallowed by the overwhelming tide of hostility. As the door rattled under the relentless pounding of the mob, the flickering lamps cast erratic shadows across the room, mirroring the turmoil within Lot's heart. Each thud against the wood reverberated like a countdown, a grim reminder that time was slipping away. What price would he pay to save them? The terrible weight of his decision bore down on him, squeezing the air from his lungs. Would he stand firm, risking everything for the sake of his guests? Or would he succumb to the primal instinct to protect his own flesh and blood, even if it meant betraying the very principles he had lived by? The air thickened as he battled with the swirling tempest of emotions, the line between right and wrong blurring in the shadows of the night. The moment hung heavy, as if the universe itself was waiting, holding its breath, for the echo of his choice to resound through the ages, forever marking him as either a coward or a hero. And just like that, as the door trembled violently against the weight of the crowd, Lot realized that whatever he decided, the lives of his guests, and perhaps his own fate, hung in the balance, teetering on the precipice of the abyss. The air was thick with anticipation, a palpable tension that wrapped itself around the crowd like a storm cloud ready to unleash its fury. On one side stood the irate citizens, their faces flushed with rage, voices raised in a cacophony of discontent. On the other, a line of law enforcement, stoic and unyielding, standing firm behind a barrier of shields and batons. It was a clash not just of bodies, but of ideals, a fierce battle between the values of justice and the cries for freedom. In the heart of the city, the discontent swelled like a tide, a movement sparked by years of oppression and inequality. The people were tired of being silenced, tired of being treated as mere shadows in a world that seemed to have forgotten them. Unsung heroes emerged from within the masses, voices that echoed the dreams of those too afraid to speak. They raised their banners high, the colors vibrant against the gray backdrop of society's indifference. But within that sea of hope, there were whispers of doubt. Some among the crowd feared the chaos that might ensue. A mother clutched her child tightly, her heart racing at the thought of violence erupting. "We must be heard," a man shouted, his fists clenched, but his eyes glimmered with uncertainty. Would this peaceful plea spiral into madness? Would the very values they fought for be lost in the frenzy of angry mobs? As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows over the streets, a figure stepped forward from the crowd. His name was Marcus, a man with a voice that could stir even the most hardened hearts. He was weary, his clothes tattered, but his spirit burned bright. "This is our moment," he roared, his words piercing the thickening air. The crowd roared back, waves of energy surging through them. A collective heartbeat echoed in the shouts of defiance. Yet, in the back of the mob, a different energy simmered. A group of agitators, men and women dressed in dark clothing, faces obscured by masks, had their own agenda. They lurked like shadows, eyes glinting with a different kind of fire. To them, the values of justice were merely a facade, a cover for chaos. They thrived on disruption, feeding off the storm that was brewing. Their whispers mingled with the cries for equality, coaxing the discontent into darker paths. "Let's show them what power really looks like," one of them sneered, igniting a flicker of danger in the air. As Marcus continued to speak, the crowd listened, their hearts swelling with hope, but a sense of foreboding lingered like a dark cloud overhead. The tension was a live wire, crackling with the potential for violence. A bottle shattered against the pavement, shattering the moment. Gasps echoed, eyes widened. It was as if time had slowed down, each heartbeat echoing like thunder. "Stay calm. Stay united," Marcus shouted, desperation lacing his voice. But chaos had already begun to weave its path. The agitators, emboldened by the unforeseen violence, surged forward, pushing against the line of officers with a reckless abandon. In that moment, the crowd split, some staying true to their peaceful ideals, while others succumbed to the dark allure of chaos. The clash began with the sound of shattering glass, the air thickening with the acrid scent of fear and anger. Officers in riot gear braced themselves, shields clashing against the tide of bodies pushing against them. "This is not what we wanted," cried a woman from the front lines, tears streaming down her cheeks as she watched the scene unfold, her heart heavy with disbelief. But the mob moved like a wave, and the police, trained for such moments, stood their ground, their resolve hard as steel. It wasn't just a physical confrontation. It was a battle of ideologies, a fight for the very soul of a society divided. Values clashed. Freedom against order, hope against despair. "Why are you doing this?" a young man shouted at the officers, his voice rising above the chaos, desperation clawing at his throat. Their faces were stern, impassive, but in their eyes flickered the memory of humanity, a flicker that had long been buried beneath the weight of duty. The mob surged again, and the police pushed back, the sounds of clash and cries mingling into a horrifying symphony. Marcus, caught in the fray, felt the weight of the moment bearing down on him. He looked into the faces of those around him, some filled with anger, others with fear, and he realized the battle was not just against the police. It was against their own values, their perceptions of what it meant to fight for justice. Suddenly, the crowd erupted into chaos, fueled by a mix of fear and anger. Shouts turned into screams, fists raised in anger as the first volley of tear gas canisters arced through the air, bursting into clouds of stinging smoke. The pungent odor filled the streets, and the crowd recoiled, panic spreading like wildfire. "Fall back! Fall back!" the officers shouted, but the lines had already broken, and the mob, once united in purpose, was now swirling in disarray. People stumbled, gasping for breath, struggling to find their way through the chaos. As friends were separated, the cry of despair rang louder than the shouts of defiance. In that moment, the ideal of justice hung precariously in the balance, teetering on the edge of a precipice. Was this what they fought for? Was this the future they envisioned? The values each side held dear felt as if they were unraveling, lost amidst the clamor of fists and shouts. Marcus, caught in the storm, grasped a woman's hand. A stranger, yet somehow familiar. "We can't let anger take over. We're better than this," he pleaded, urgency lacing his voice. But the tide of chaos was relentless, and the fire of their ideals was flickering dangerously close to being extinguished. As the struggle intensified, the lines blurred between right and wrong, justice and chaos. The clash was no longer just about laws and rights. It was visceral, raw, and deeply human. In that tumultuous moment, as emotions surged and ideals collided, the The very essence of their fight hung in the balance, a fragile thread woven through a tapestry of hope, despair, and the longing for something greater. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the city of Sodom. The air was thick with tension, a palpable whisper of doom hanging over the homes and streets. Lot stood at the entrance of his humble dwelling, when a chill snaked down his spine. He could feel it, the weight of impending disaster pressing against his chest. It was as if the very ground beneath him knew something terrible was about to unfold. Lot had always been a man of kindness. He had opened his doors to strangers, welcoming them with warm bread and a soft bed. Yet, in these days, kindness felt like a fragile mask, hiding the turmoil that gripped the city. The sin that swirled around Sodom had become a suffocating fog, and Lot's heart trembled at the thought of his family caught in its grasp. His wife, a steady presence with eyes that sparkled like the sun on water, stood beside him, sensing the unrest. "What is it, Lot?" she asked, her voice steady, though a tremor lay just beneath the surface. He could hardly meet her gaze, afraid of the fear that would reflect back at him. "They say the cries of the innocent have reached the heavens," he whispered, his voice barely a breath. "Something must be done." As night fell, the city took on a sinister appearance. Torches flickered along the streets, shadows danced like phantoms on the walls. Lot's heart raced as he recalled the visitors who had arrived that day. Strangers, yes, but there was an unmistakable power about them, an otherworldly quality that had sent a ripple of unease through him. Even now, he could hear their words echoing in his mind. "We have come to deliver a message. Sodom's time has come." The thought of his family filled him with dread. He glanced over at his two daughters, their laughter now a haunting memory. They were oblivious to the danger, reveling in the ordinary joys of youth, blissfully unaware of the storm brewing outside their door. Their innocence tugged at his heart, and he wanted nothing more than to shield them from the darkness that encroached so relentlessly upon their lives. "Lot!" The urgent call sliced through his thoughts. It was the strangers, angels perhaps, standing at the threshold of his home. Their faces were serious, eyes like fire that pierced into the very marrow of his bones. "You must gather your family and flee this place. Sodom will be destroyed." Panic surged within him, a tidal wave of fear and disbelief. "But what about the others? What about the friends and neighbors who live here? We can't just leave." The angel's gaze softened, but the urgency remained. "Time is short. You must act now. Take only what you need and go." In that moment, the weight of the world seemed to rest on Lot's shoulders. He turned back to his family, a storm of emotions churning inside him. "We must leave now," he urged, his voice rising above the din of the city. Confusion flickered in their eyes, but he could not afford to explain. "There's no time for questions." His wife hurried to gather their belongings, her hands shaking as she stuffed clothes and treasures into a tattered bag. Lot watched as his daughters, bewildered, followed suit. The room felt like it was closing in on them, suffocating with the reality of their impending departure. He couldn't shake the feeling that they were running away from something that would forever change them. As they hastily made their way through the streets, Lot could feel the ground trembling beneath him, as if the city itself sensed its fate. Sodom was alive with the sounds of laughter and cries that echoed in sharp contrast to the grimness of their task. He could hardly swallow the lump in his throat as he passed familiar faces, friends who had shared meals, laughter, and stories. They were oblivious, lost in their own lives, and he felt a pang of guilt. Why couldn't they see what was coming? "Lot, come back!" A voice shouted from the shadows, desperate and laced with panic. It was the voice of a neighbor, an old friend. "You can't just leave us." The plea hung in the air like a specter, tormenting him. Lot hesitated, torn between loyalty and the urgent need to protect his family. His heart raced as he glimpsed the flames of a distant fire flicker ominously on the horizon. "We can't stay," he called back, regret washing over him like a cold wave. "You must leave too before it's too late." But the man shook his head, fear etched on his face. "You're a fool, Lot. There's nothing wrong here." The truth pierced through Lot like a knife, the very heart of Sodom refusing to acknowledge its own demise. With every step, the weight of sorrow grew heavier. As they neared the city's edge, the tension in the air thickened, crackling with an unseen energy. Lot looked back one last time, his heart heavy with the knowledge that everything he had ever known would soon vanish in an inferno of flames and judgment. "Run!" the angels urged, their voices a commanding thunder that echoed in his ears. The family took off, their feet pounding against the earth, hearts racing. As the city began to tremble and the first signs of destruction loomed overhead, Lot felt a shiver of panic shoot through him, urging him onward. They crossed the threshold of Sodom's gates, leaving behind a life filled with memories and love, now overshadowed by dread. "Don't look back!" the angels shouted as the sky ignited into a riot of colors. It was a warning, but the command felt impossible, a weighty whisper that pressed against his mind. Lot's wife, caught in the throes of fear and longing, turned her head despite the warning, her heart filled with the memories of the life they were leaving behind. In that moment, Lot felt a pulse of desperation. He called out to her, but the world around him erupted into chaos. Fire rained down from the heavens, illuminating the night sky, casting shadows that danced wildly. The cry of his heart echoed in the air as he reached out, but time was slipping away like sand through his fingers. The last glimpse of his family's past flickered before him, a cruel reminder of what they had lost. And as the flames roared to life behind them, the tears of despair mingled with the smoke, sealing their fate in a way no one could have ever imagined. The sky was bruised with dark clouds, swirling ominously above the city of Nineveh. A palpable tension hung in the air, thick and suffocating, as the people went about their daily lives, blissfully unaware of the storm brewing on the horizon. Children laughed in the streets, merchants haggled over goods, and the scent of fresh bread wafted through the narrow alleyways, masking the impending doom that hovered just out of sight. Yet, like a whispered warning carried on the wind, the truth seeped into their hearts. Something terrible was coming. In a dimly lit corner of the marketplace, an old man sat on a wooden crate, his gnarled hands trembling as he clutched a faded scroll. His beard, white as the snow-capped mountains, trembled as he spoke. "The time of reckoning is upon us. The hourglass of mercy has run dry." His voice, a ghostly echo, barely pierced the laughter around him. Most turned away, dismissing him as a madman, but the few who lingered felt a chill run down their spines. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the atmosphere shifted. The shadows deepened, stretching long fingers that clawed at the earth. This was no ordinary night. The air crackled with tension, an electric charge that set nerves on edge. The faint sound of distant thunder rolled through the valley like the growl of a sleeping beast, sending a shiver down the spine of every man, woman, and child who dared to listen. In the courtyards of the mighty palace, the king sat surrounded by his courtiers. Laughter erupted among them as they feasted. Cooked lamb, ripe figs, and sweet honey wine flowed freely. They were enveloped in opulence, lost in their own indulgence. Yet, in the depths of the king's heart, a flicker of doubt gnawed at him. Had he not heard rumors of a prophet roaming the land, warning of destruction? The thought was like a shadow lurking just beyond the flickering candlelight, taunting him with the possibility that all was not well. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of the city, a figure cloaked in rags moved quietly through the darkened streets. It was Jonah, the reluctant prophet, his heart heavy with the weight of his divine task. He had witnessed the depths of sin that seeped through Nineveh's streets, a river of greed, violence, and deceit that threatened to drown the very spirit of the city. He had run from his calling once, but now here he stood, the bearer of an urgent message, repentance or destruction. The night grew colder, and as Jonah stood before the great walls of Nineveh, he felt the tremors of 1,000 heartbeats. Each pulse echoed a collective fear that had long been buried beneath layers of pride and denial. With each step toward the center of the city, the air thickened, as though the very fabric of reality was shifting, straining under the weight of unspoken sins. As Jonah entered the thrumming heart of Nineveh, the marketplace fell silent. The laughter faded, and the bright colors of the stalls dimmed, swallowed by an overwhelming sense of dread. The prophet raised his hand, his voice strong yet quivering. 40 days and Nineveh shall be overthrown. The words left his lips like a thunderclap, reverberating against the stone walls and sinking into the earth. The crowd gasped, shock rippling through them like a wave. The merchants dropped their wares, children clutched their mothers, and the air, once lively with chatter, fell into an icy stillness. For a moment, all that existed was the echo of Jonah's warning, hanging heavy in the air like a storm cloud poised to burst. Then, as if a dam had broken, murmurs rose amongst the crowd. Some laughed, dismissing Jonah as a madman. Others trembled, fear gripping their hearts like a vice. A young woman, teetering on the edge of disbelief, clutched her child to her chest. "What if he speaks the truth?" she whispered, glancing at the temple where the idols loomed, their eyes cold and unfeeling. The king, alerted to the commotion, emerged from his palace, draped in regal robes that glistened in the waning light. He surveyed the scene, confusion etched across his brow. "What is this madness?" he demanded. Yet even he could feel the shiver of uncertainty creeping into his bones. Jonah stood firm, his heart pounding in his chest, knowing that the words he spoke carried the weight of eternity. "Turn from your wicked ways. Seek the mercy of the Almighty, for this city is on the brink of destruction." As the king listened, doubt flickered in his eyes. Deep within, a voice whispered, warning him of the consequences of ignoring the prophet's words. His courtiers urged him to dismiss Jonah, to send him away, but the fear of divine judgment loomed larger than their laughter. The king's heart raced faster, an internal battle raging as he weighed his pride against the possibility of salvation. That night, as the stars hid behind a thick veil of clouds, the people of Nineveh found themselves ensnared in a web of fear and uncertainty. The old man in the marketplace had been right. The hourglass had run dry, and judgment was poised to descend. And in that crucial moment, as whispers spread like wildfire, the seeds of repentance began to take root in hearts that had long been hardened. Jonah remained in the city, a lone sentinel standing against the tide of disbelief. Each dawn brought new faces, those who came to listen, seeking hope in his words. The streets that had echoed with laughter now held a different sound, the soft murmur of hearts coming face to face with their own darkness. They felt the weight of their choices, the reality of what lay ahead, and the desperate need for mercy. Outside the gates of Nineveh, the skies darkened further, as if the heavens themselves wept for the city's fate. The winds howled, carrying the scent of fear and regret. The ground trembled beneath the feet of the faithful, a prelude to the storm that would soon engulf them all. And while the sun might rise again, the shadow of judgment loomed ever closer, a relentless specter that would not be ignored. In that intense stillness, life held its breath, caught between the choices of the past and the uncertain echoes of the future. All watched, waiting for the verdict that would seal their fate, and the weight of looming destruction hung heavy in the air, reminding them that mercy was a fleeting spark and time was running out. A storm rumbled over ancient Jerusalem, dark clouds swirling like the thoughts of the masses below. The streets were alive with whispers, fears clinging to the air like the scent of rain on dry earth. On one side of the town stood a statue of a fierce lion, its stone eyes watching over the people with a mix of wrath and mercy. Here, the dual nature of divine justice played out in lives touched by both grace and despair. In the temple, the high priest prepared for the evening's sacrifices, trembling hands clasping the bloodied knife that would soon fulfill its purpose. He felt the weight of the past pressing against him, each life that had been taken in the name of mercy stirring echoes of doubt within. He remembered the stories of old, when the heavens opened and fire rained down upon the sinful cities of Sodom and Gomorrah. Was the wrath of God as fierce today as it had been then? As he raised the knife, he found himself torn between the sacred duty to atone for the sins of his people and the haunting question: could mercy exist alongside such judgment? Beyond the temple gates, A young woman named Miriam knelt in the dirt, tears streaming down her cheeks as she prayed for forgiveness. She had loved deeply, but the weight of betrayal sat heavily on her heart, a betrayal that had sent her husband into the arms of another. As she whispered her pleas into the night, she grappled with feelings of anger and sorrow, both of which wove themselves into a fabric of hope and despair. Could mercy find her here, amongst the ruins of her broken family? Just then, a figure appeared in the shadows, cloaked in light and mystery. He walked with a grace that seemed to defy the very ground beneath him. His eyes sparkled with compassion, yet they burned with an intensity that suggested he understood the duality of existence more than anyone else. He approached Miriam, and she looked up, startled and awed. "Your pain is known," he spoke softly, and the air around them crackled with significance. "But know this, the scales of justice tip not just with wrath, but with mercy as well." Miriam felt a warmth spread through her, igniting a flicker of hope. This was not just a chance encounter. It felt like destiny. "How can I find that mercy?" she asked, her voice trembling. "How can I forgive the one who has wronged me?" The figure smiled gently. "Forgiveness is a path that often leads through the valley of pain. To find mercy, you must first confront the anger within. Look at it, embrace it, then let it go. Only then will you see the light of divine justice." Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the city, a thief named Reuben was plotting his next crime. He had lost everything to the unyielding hands of fate. His family, his dignity, and now he felt he had no choice but to take from others to survive. As night descended, his heart raced with the thrill of impending theft, yet deep within him, a nagging voice whispered of consequences. Would the wrath of divine justice find him in the shadows, or was there still a chance for mercy? As he moved silently through the empty streets, he stumbled upon a group of beggars huddled around a small fire. They looked up at him with hollow eyes, and for a moment, Reuben felt a flicker of regret. He remembered a time when he too had known warmth and comfort. The temptation to steal from them bloomed in his chest, yet he was rooted in place, torn between the urgency of survival and the weight of his conscience. The crackling of the fire seemed to echo the conflict within him. The glimmer of mercy flickered in the eyes of the beggars, faces worn yet resilient. Their presence was a haunting reminder of the lives he could touch, if only he turned around. The very essence of justice danced before him, a tangible choice between compassion and consequence. As he wrestled with his decision, the storm outside broke with fury, rain cascading like the tears of the earth. Thunder boomed, shaking the ground beneath both Miriam and Reuben, a divine reminder that justice, in all its forms, knows no boundaries. Back at the temple, the high priest sensed the shifting tide of energy. The heavens were speaking, and he could feel the pulse of divine will, urging him to reconsider his actions. The blade in his hand felt heavier, an anchor tethering him to the weight of humanity's sins. He closed his eyes, remembering the stories of mercy whispered through the ages. He envisioned the prodigal son, welcomed home with open arms, and he wondered if perhaps the same could happen for the lost souls in the city. "Will you continue with this cycle of blood?" a voice echoed in the recesses of his mind. "Or will you seek a path toward reconciliation?" Torn between the cries of the people and the ancient laws, he lowered the knife, choosing to seek a new way forward, a way that did not solely rely on sacrifice but also embraced the power of healing and forgiveness. As the rain pounded the earth, the storm became a symphony of chaos and clarity. Miriam felt a surge of strength, driven by the realization that mercy was not just found in the act of forgiveness but also in the courage to seek it. Reuben, too, stood at a crossroads, caught between darkness and light, the decision to change his fate churning within him. The lion statue watched over them, silent yet powerful, embodying the eternal struggle between mercy and wrath. The essence of divine justice swelled in the air, thick with anticipation, as the stories of all those seeking redemption intertwined into an intricate tapestry, woven together by shared struggles and the yearning for a brighter tomorrow. And somewhere, in the shadows of the night, the figure cloaked in light smiled, knowing that the dance between mercy and wrath would always continue, forever binding humanity in its quest for understanding, forgiveness, and the elusive balance of justice. The sun hung low in the sky, a fiery orb casting long shadows over the city of Sodom. The air shimmered with heat, thick and suffocating, wrapping around its inhabitants like an unwelcome shroud. Laughter echoed through the streets, a stark contrast to the tense undercurrent that pulsed just beneath the surface. It was a day like any other, yet the weight of impending doom loomed over the city like a storm cloud, ready to unleash its fury. Lot stood at the threshold of his home, a man caught between two worlds. He could hear the raucous celebrations of his neighbors, the sounds of merriment mixed with the distant grumbling of thunder. He felt a chill that had nothing to do with the oppressive heat. His heart raced as he recalled the warning given to him by the angels. "Flee for your lives. Don't look back." Their voices echoed in his mind, a haunting reminder of the urgency that coursed through his veins. As he turned to face his family, he saw the confusion and fear mirrored in their eyes. His wife, a steadfast presence in his life, grasped their daughter's hands tightly. Her gaze flitted nervously toward the city, then back to Lot, as if searching for reassurance in his face. "What if it's not true?" she whispered, her voice trembling. The question hung heavy in the air, but deep down, Lot felt the truth, the weight of it pressing against his chest, threatening to crush him under its enormity. The sun dipped lower, casting a crimson hue across the sky, painting it with a streak of warning that seemed to pulse as if it were alive. Lot's thoughts raced. There was no time to waste. The angels had been clear. Destruction was imminent, and every moment spent in Sodom was a moment wasted. He could see the shadows lengthening, creeping closer, as if they were eager to swallow the city whole. With a heart full of dread, Lot urged his family to move. "We must go now." The urgency in his voice snapped them from their hesitation, and they began to run. The streets that had once felt safe under their feet now became a battleground of chaos. The air was thick with panic, and the cries of those who remained filled the air, a cacophony of desperation that cut through the night. As they sprinted from house to house, memories flooded Lot's mind. Happy times shared over meals, laughter echoing off the walls, the warmth of friendships made. But those moments felt like ghosts now, fading echoes of a life that would soon be lost. He fought against the pull of nostalgia, knowing he could not afford to look back, not even for 1 second. The ground trembled beneath them, the earth itself seeming to quake in response to the divine sentence that had been passed. Lot's heart pounded loudly in his chest, drowning out the cries around them. Each step felt heavier than the last, his legs screaming in protest as they pushed onward. He cast a glance at his family, their faces etched with fear, and it fueled him. They were his reason to keep moving, to escape the wrath that lurked just behind them. As they reached the outskirts of the city, a blinding light erupted behind them, illuminating the night with an otherworldly glow. It was as if the heavens themselves had split open to unleash fury upon the wickedness of Sodom. Lot felt a jolt in his heart, a mix of terror and urgency that sent him sprinting faster, urging his family forward. "Run! Don't look back!" he shouted, his voice barely rising above the roar of the impending destruction. But in the chaos, the unthinkable happened. Just as they reached the boundary marked by the angels, a chilling scream pierced the air, a sound that sliced through the din of destruction and echoed through Lot's heart. He turned, against every instinct, drawn by the sound that had once been his life, a life now fading like the last light of day. His wife stood still, her face a mask of horror, her eyes fixated on the city they were fleeing. "Lot!" she cried, and for a fleeting moment, the world fell silent. Time stood still as he reached out, desperation clawing at him. "Don't look back," he begged, but the words caught in his throat, the plea morphing into a raw, aching fear. And then it happened. As the brilliance of the light grew, she turned her head, just a fraction, just enough to seal her fate. In an instant, she was transformed, caught in a moment that would define eternity. A pillar of salt, frozen in time and space, an everlasting testament to the choices made in the heat of the moment. Lot's heart shattered as he realized what had happened. He felt as if the ground beneath him was crumbling away, leaving nothing but emptiness. He turned away, tears streaming down his face, a grief so profound it threatened to swallow him whole. "We must go. We must escape," he urged, his voice cracking under the weight of his loss. The girls clung to him, their eyes wide with horror, but they pressed on, propelled by the same instinct that had guided Lot. They fled into the darkness, away from the radiant destruction that marked their past. Each step felt like a betrayal of the love they had lost, but they had no choice. The only way forward was through the pain. As they raced toward the mountains, the echoes of Sodom's cries faded into the distance, but the memory of that moment would haunt them forever. The heavy silence that enveloped them felt oppressive, a stark contrast to the chaos they had left behind. Lot's heart ached, a hollow space left by the absence of his beloved. The urgency of their escape melded with a fear that gripped him tighter than any chains. The mountains loomed ahead, dark and foreboding, yet they held the promise of safety. Lot pushed onward, driven by a single thought. They had to survive, for the sake of those they had lost and the lives that still hung in the balance. But in the depths of his soul, the shadows of Sodom lingered, whispering tales of what had been and what could never be again. Every step forward was a fight against the memories that clawed at his heart, yet he pressed on. The ground beneath them felt alive, a pulse that matched their own frantic heartbeats. The darkness surrounding them was both a refuge and a reminder of the light they had left behind. No longer a city of laughter, but a graveyard of dreams lost to the fires of their choices. And so they ran into the night, propelled by fear and fueled by the lingering echoes of their past. A family shattered yet determined to forge a future from the ashes of Sodom. Each breath drew them closer to safety while the specter of their loss remained. A reminder that some choices could not be undone, and some memories would forever haunt the spaces left behind. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting a golden hue over the plains of the Jordan Valley, where the air was thick with the scent of burning sulfur. Somewhere in the distance, the city of Sodom lay, a vibrant tapestry woven with the threads of humanity, greed, lust, and unbridled ambition. But beneath that shimmering facade lurked darkness, a ravenous beast that fed on souls, leaving only ashes in its wake. It was a city that had long forgotten the gentle whispers of grace, drowning instead in a cacophony of sin. Lot's wife stood at the edge of this tumultuous world, her heart pounding like a war drum in her chest. Behind her, the familiar streets of Sodom beckoned, tempting her with memories of laughter and warmth. Friends, neighbors, the vibrant pulse of life. How could she possibly turn away from it all? Yet, in front of her lay the unknown, a desolate expanse that hinted at the promise of redemption. It was a choice fraught with consequences, heavy with the weight of her past. As the sky turned to embers, a voice, deep and resonant, echoed through the valley. It was a warning, stark and clear. Do not look back. The command hung in the air, a fragile thread that threatened to snap under the pull of yearning. Lot, her husband, stood resolute, his eyes fixed on the horizon where hope flickered like a distant star. He had been chosen to escape the city, to flee the impending doom, and he took her hand, urging her to follow him into the unknown. But what of the life they would leave behind? The laughter of their children, the nights spent under starlit skies, the dreams woven in the warm embrace of familiarity? Each heartbeat felt like a tether to Sodom, each pulse a reminder of what they were about to lose. The ground beneath her feet trembled with the urgency of their escape, yet her heart lingered, desperate for one last glance. In those fleeting moments, her mind spiraled. She thought of the friends who had shared countless meals, the secrets whispered in the still of night. Would they be safe? Would any of them heed the warnings? The chaos of emotions swirled within her, battling against the clear command that had been given. It was an impossible choice, one that clawed at her very soul. Just as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world into twilight, her resolve began to waver. The air crackled with tension, a palpable energy that surged through her veins. How could she abandon everything that had shaped her, everything that had made her who she was? With every fiber of her being, she felt the pull of the past, an intoxicating allure that urged her to look back. It was a siren song, sweet and seductive, but Lot's voice cut through the fog of her thoughts. "We must go," he urged, his voice a blend of fear and determination. She could see the desperation in his eyes, the urgency of one who had witnessed the wrath of God upon their city. Yet, the shadows of Sodom loomed larger in her mind, whispering promises of comfort and security. And in that moment, the struggle within her reached a fever pitch. As they hurried away, her feet felt heavy, burdened by the weight of her indecision. The ground seemed to shake beneath her, the air thick with an omen that wrapped around her like a shroud. Would she be able to leave it all behind? Would the memories fade into nothingness with each step she took? The world spun as she glanced back, just for a heartbeat, just to steal one final look at the life she had known. But in that fleeting moment, the heavens thundered and the earth quaked. A brilliant light erupted in the distance, bright as 1,000 suns. The ground cracked, and sulfur rained down, a fiery judgment upon the city that had turned its back on righteousness. In an instant, the vibrant colors of Sodom were replaced with a haunting inferno. Her heart stopped. Time stretched and twisted as she felt the world around her collapse. The past surged forward, and with it the weight of her decision. She had looked back. The choice was made, and as she turned to face the horror of what Sodom had become, she felt an unimaginable force pulling at her very essence. In that terrible instant, Lot's wife was transformed. The air filled with the acrid scent of smoke and ash, and she began to change, her body solidifying, her features frozen in time. The life she had known, the warmth of her memories, all crystallized into a single, stark image. She became a pillar of salt, a monument to the cost of longing for what could not be reclaimed. The landscape shifted violently around her as flames consumed the city. Lot, his heart heavy with grief, stumbled forward, the weight of loss pressing down on him like a mountain. He dared not look back, even as he felt the echoes of their shared moments reverberate through his mind. Sodom was nothing but a memory now, a fading whisper in the wind. Yet, even as the destruction raged behind him, Lot could not shake the feeling that a part of him remained tethered to that pillar of salt. The weight of his wife's sacrifice bore down on his soul, a reminder of the cost of their escape. With every step he took away from the flames, he felt the chill of loss wrap around him like a cloak. As the night fell, the shadows of the mountains loomed ahead, a world waiting to embrace them. But for every step Lot took into the future, the memory of his wife lingered, a haunting presence that would never truly leave him. He carried her spirit within, burdened by the knowledge that looking back could shatter the fragile threads of hope that now held him together. The cries of the wind echoed through the valley, mingling with the distant sounds of destruction. Behind him lay a city turned to ash, a love turned to stone. And as they pressed on into the night, Lot couldn't help but feel the weight of both his past and the uncertain future pressing down on him, a constant reminder of what it meant to look back. The air was thick with despair, a heavy blanket that wrapped around Lot as he sat in the dim light of the cave. Shadows danced on the walls, flickering like the memories that haunted him. Outside, the world had burned, and he had fled with nothing but the ragged clothes on his back. The sulphurous smell of the ash-laden air still stung his nostrils, a reminder of the cities consumed by fire and brimstone. His heart pounded in his chest, a drumbeat echoing the chaos of a life left behind. In this secluded darkness, Lot was alone, accompanied only by the whispers of the wind and the distant rumble of the mountains. He could still hear the screams of his daughters as they grasped for safety, feel the grip of their hands as they ran. Their world had been shattered in a single night, and the silence that followed was deafening. It wrapped around him, an eerie comfort tinged with the horror of what they had escaped. The cave was cold, a stark contrast to the warmth of the life Lot once knew. The stones were rough beneath him, a harsh reminder of his new reality. He glanced at his daughters, their faces pale and drawn, reflecting the trauma etched into their very beings. They were no longer the playful girls who once reveled in the laughter of their home. They were now weary women, burdened with the weight of survival. In this dark place, shadows played tricks on his mind, conjuring images of the destruction that had swallowed their lives whole. Lot could not escape the feeling that the cave itself was a prison, one that held them captive not just physically but emotionally. The walls seemed to close in, pressing against them as memories clashed violently with the present. Each flicker of light from the meager fire they had managed to start brought forth visions of the life they had lost. The bustling streets of Sodom, the vibrant markets, the joy of family gatherings. Now it was just the three of them, isolated from the world that had once been their home. His daughters, now women forced into maturity too soon, sat silently across from him, their eyes reflecting a mix of fear and unspoken words. Their bond had always been strong, but in this cave, it felt fragile, as if one wrong word could shatter it completely. The silence stretched between them, thick and suffocating. A heavy tension hung in the air, binding them together yet pushing them apart. Then, like a sudden storm breaking in the distance, one of them spoke. It was a whisper, almost lost in the shadows. "Father, what will we do now?" The question hung in the air, heavy with uncertainty. Lot felt the weight of her gaze, searching for answers he did not have. He could see the flicker of fear in her eyes, a fear that mirrored his own. He looked into the fire, its flames dancing like the lives they had once led. "We will survive," he said, though the words felt hollow, echoing against the cave walls. "We will find a way." But in his heart, he wondered what that meant. What did survival look like when everything they loved had been turned to ash? As night fell deeper, the cave was consumed by shadows, and the air felt charged with an unspoken tension. The stories of the past played in Lot's mind like a haunting melody. The laughter of friends, the warmth of the sun on their faces, and the safety of their home. All were gone now. He could almost hear the cries of the lost, echoing through the canyons. The darkness pressed in, and fear clawed at the edges of his mind. What if they were the last of their kind? What if the world outside had become a barren wasteland filled with nothing but memories? Lot stared into the flickering flames and thought about the choices he had made. He had tried to save his family, but had it been enough? Perhaps fleeing had been an act of desperation, an attempt to escape the inevitable. A part of him felt guilt gnawing at his insides, a relentless tide that threatened to pull him under. He had been warned, yet he had hesitated to leave, clinging to a past that had been obliterated. His thoughts were interrupted by a soft touch on his arm. It was his younger daughter, her expression a mix of sadness and determination. "Father," she said, her voice steady despite the fear surrounding them. "What if we need to make hard choices to survive? We can't stay here forever." The weight of her words settled heavily, a reminder that life was more than just existing. They had to move, to adapt, or risk losing everything again. A shiver ran down his spine as he recognized the truth in her words. Survival may demand sacrifices that he had never considered. The cave, once a refuge, echoed with the tension of decisions yet to be made. What lines would they cross to ensure they lived? In the flickering light, he could see the shadows stretching around them, ominous and foreboding, hinting at choices that could fracture their fragile family bond. As the night deepened, the cave felt both claustrophobic and liberating. It encapsulated their fears, but it also served as a sanctuary, a place to process the reality that lay before them. Lot looked at his daughters, strong, resilient, yet vulnerable. They were all he had left, and the thought of losing them was unbearable. He would protect them, but at what cost? The fire crackled, casting a soft glow that illuminated their faces. But just beyond its warmth lay the dark unknown. The walls of the cave whispered secrets of survival and sacrifice, beckoning them to confront the truth of their new existence. In that moment, Lot understood that the path forward would be fraught with challenges, and each decision would ripple through their lives in ways they could not yet comprehend. Fear intertwined with a fierce hope as he faced his daughters, their eyes shimmering with a mix of trepidation and trust. They had survived the flames, but the true test was yet to come. What lay ahead was uncertain, but they would face it together, bound by blood, and perhaps they would find a way to rise from the ashes once again. The shadows whispered, the darkness beckoned, and in that cave, their story was far from over. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting elongated shadows over the scorched earth, where once stood the vibrant cities of Sodom and Gomorrah. The very air crackled with a tension that sent shivers down the spine of any who dared to tread upon this cursed land. It whispered tales of lost souls, of arrogance and excess, and of a fate so dire that even the stones beneath one's feet seemed to tremble in remembrance. Here, in this forsaken place, echoes of laughter and revelry had turned into distant wails of despair. The cities, once teeming with life, had become a graveyard of memories, a haunting testament to humanity's darkest impulses. Every crumbling wall and charred fragment of pottery spoke of a society that had forgotten the meaning of compassion, a civilization that had danced on the precipice of its own destruction. As night began to cloak the landscape, the flickering stars watched in silence. They had seen it all, the grotesque indulgence, the cruelty woven into the fabric of daily life. The stories of Sodom and Gomorrah were not merely ancient fables. They served as a mirror reflecting the consequences of unchecked pride and moral decay. The legacy of these cities whispered lessons that time could not erase, haunting the conscience of generations that followed. A traveler, weary from his long journey, stumbled upon the ruins. The cold wind whispered secrets to him, wrapping around his shoulders like a shroud. He paused, peering into the darkness, where the shadows of the past loomed large. What sins had they committed? Were they unaware of the precipice on which they danced? Their feasts had been magnificent, their pleasures boundless, yet the weight of their choices hung heavily in the air, a potent reminder of the cost of excess. Every step he took felt like a tread upon sacred ground, where lessons lay buried beneath the ashes of destruction. The traveler couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched, not by the ghosts of those lost to the flames, but by something more profound, an awareness that seeped through the very soil and stone. It was as if the land itself cried out, imploring the living to heed its warning. He thought of Lot, that righteous man who had once tried to plead for mercy, only to be met with scorn and derision. How could a single voice rise above the cacophony of greed and lust? It was a reminder of the importance of standing firm in one's convictions, even in the face of overwhelming opposition. The traveler's heart raced, the weight of history pressing down upon him. What would he do in such a situation? Would he remain silent, or would he be the voice of reason amid the chaos? As he continued his exploration, the shadows thickened, and the very air felt charged with a palpable energy. He stumbled upon an ancient artifact, a cracked stone tablet, partially buried in the dirt. He brushed away the grime, revealing inscriptions that spoke of justice, mercy, and the dire consequences of their neglect. These were not mere words. They were a call to awaken the dormant conscience that lay within every heart. The traveler's breath hitched in his throat. What if the lessons of Sodom and Gomorrah were more than just warnings? What if they were a quest for redemption? He felt a surge of urgency, realizing the importance of sharing these lessons with the world. The echoes of the past had the power to reshape the future, to guide humanity towards a path of compassion rather than destruction. Dark clouds rolled in, shrouding the moonlight, and a storm began to brew, an ominous reminder of the wrath that had once descended upon these cities. The traveler's heart pounded as thunder rumbled overhead, resonating with the tension that hung in the air. Nature itself seemed to respond to the weight of history, a reminder that actions have consequences, that even the heavens can weep for the sins of the earth. And then came the moment of clarity, a flicker of understanding that pierced through the chaos of emotions swirling within him. The legacy of Sodom and Gomorrah was not just about sin. It was about the choices made in darkness and the light that could emerge from understanding those choices. It was about the courage to confront one's flaws and the humility to seek change. The realization washed over him, igniting a flame of hope amid the despair. But the storm raged on, relentless and unforgiving. The traveler found himself caught in the tempest, winds howling around him, as if the very ghosts of Sodom and Gomorrah were rising to speak once more. Their voices mingled with the thunder, a cacophony of regret and longing for redemption. He shouted into the darkness, desperate for someone, anyone, to hear him, to understand the lessons etched into the very fabric of this land. "Can we not learn?" he cried, his voice trembling against the storm. "Can we not take heed of their fate? Let us not repeat their mistakes." The wind howled in response, a fierce reminder that the past was not easily forgotten. Yet, within that chaos, a flicker of resolve ignited in his heart. He would carry these lessons with him, a torch in the darkness, a beacon for those lost in their own excesses. He would share the truth of Sodom and Gomorrah, weaving it into the fabric of conversation and thought, a reminder of the power of compassion over cruelty. And as he stood amidst the fury of the storm, a sense of calm settled within him. The past, though heavy with sorrow, could serve as a guide, a map leading towards a brighter future. The traveler took a deep breath, embracing the weight of history, prepared to heed the call of destiny, knowing that the legacy of Sodom and Gomorrah would not fade away quietly. It would live on, a powerful reminder, urging humanity to learn, to grow, and to never forget the cost of their choices. In a humble village under the vast Mediterranean sky, a small group of men and women gathered under a gnarled olive tree, the air thick with anticipation. Their voices were hushed, filled with reverence and awe, as they spoke of ancient scrolls and prophecies, of laws etched in stone and whispers of a promised land. This was a moment that transcended time, where thoughts of the divine mingled with the struggles of everyday life, connecting their hearts to generations long past. Here, in this sacred space, early Jewish thought took root, nurtured by the fervent desire for understanding and connection with the divine. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over their faces, one elderly figure, his beard flowing like the great rivers of their history, began to speak. He recounted the stories of their ancestors, tales of Adam and Eve, of Noah and the flood, and of Abraham who dared to question God himself. With every word, the air trembled with a passion that echoed through the ages. These stories were not mere fables. They were living truths, guiding their moral compass and shaping their very souls. The elders often spoke of the Shema, the prayer that resonated deep within their being, proclaiming the oneness of God. "Hear, O Israel, the Lord is our God, the Lord is one." These words carried a weight that seemed to pulse through the fabric of existence. For them, acknowledging the singularity of God was not just a declaration of faith, but a commitment to live a life steeped in love, justice, and compassion. As they repeated the Shema, their voices intertwined, creating a symphony of devotion that could be felt in the very marrow of the earth. Yet, in the shadows lurked questions that had haunted even the wisest of minds. What did it mean to be chosen? Why did suffering plague their people? The Book of Job emerged as a testament to these struggles, exploring the profound anguish of a man who lost everything yet wrestled with faith amidst despair. The villagers felt every word of Job's anguish as if it were their own. His cries echoed down the ages, resonating with the sorrow of countless generations who sought to understand the inexplicable darkness of life. Ideas sparked and danced like fireflies in the night as Jewish thought evolved through the centuries. The teachings of the sages, the Talmudic discussions, served as a bridge from the ancient to the contemporary. The arguments, the debates were vibrant, alive with emotion and intellect. Rabbis and scholars pored over texts, their hearts igniting with a passion to discern the will of God in every letter, every word. They believed that through discussion and interpretation, they could unlock the mysteries of the universe. In these gatherings, the tension was palpable. Voices rose, fervent and fierce, each argument a testament to their commitment to the truth. Some argued for the strict observance of the laws, while others championed a more compassionate, flexible understanding. The debates were not just about rules, they were about life itself, about how to navigate the complexities of human existence while remaining true to their faith. Every position taken, every rebuttal made, echoed through the ages as a reflection of their unwavering search for meaning. As centuries passed, the philosophical landscape transformed under the weight of external influences. Hellenistic thought began to intertwine with their beliefs, creating a rich tapestry of ideas. Some Jewish thinkers embraced this blending, seeing wisdom in the philosophies of the Greeks, while others clung tightly to their traditions, fearing dilution of their identity. This tension between accommodation and resistance painted a vivid picture of a people grappling with their place in a changing world. In the heart of this intellectual struggle, figures like Maimonides emerged, a beacon of light amid the chaos. His works bridged the gap between faith and reason, introducing ideas that would reverberate through the ages. Maimonides confronted the doubts of his time, urging his contemporaries to seek understanding through both scripture and rationality. His words shimmered with clarity, the idea that faith and reason were not enemies, but rather partners in the quest for truth. The villagers could feel the weight of his words, the pulse of their collective history echoing in agreement. But the struggle was not confined to philosophical debates. There were dark days etched into the annals of their history, where persecution and tragedy tested their very essence. The destruction of the Second Temple marked a seismic shift, laying the foundation for a new era of interpretation. As the people faced exile and loss, their thoughts turned inward, seeking strength and resilience in the sacred texts. They began to see the stories of their forebearers as not only historical accounts but as blueprints for survival and inspiration. Amidst the ashes of despair, the ancient words became a lifeline, allowing them to find hope in the bleakest of times. The Psalms, with their raw emotion, resonated deeply. "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." These words became a balm for aching hearts, a reminder that even in the darkest valleys, they were never truly alone. The echoes of their journey could be felt in the prayers recited with fervor, in the rituals that bound them as a community. They were stitched together by tradition, by a shared history that was as rich and varied as the colors of the sunset. Each festival, each gathering, was a celebration of endurance, of unwavering faith, and a fierce hope for a brighter tomorrow. As the villagers reflected on their past, the stories of resilience and struggle intermingled with dreams for the future. The weight of their ancestors' sacrifices bore down on them but also lifted them. They were the guardians of a legacy, entrusted with the responsibility to carry forward the torch of wisdom and insight. The air hummed with the promise of what was yet to come, a continuation of a narrative that refused to be silenced. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, they whispered their hopes and dreams, a collective heartbeat that resonated through time. The world outside may have changed, but the essence of their thoughts remained steadfast, a testament to the power of interpretation, of belief, and of the unbreakable bond that held them together. The night was alive with possibility, and as the winds of history swirled around them, they prepared to step boldly into the future, their voices rising in unison, echoing the eternal dance of faith and wisdom that had defined their very existence. On a sun-drenched hillside, the air crackles with anticipation. A diverse crowd gathers, faces etched with hope, despair, skepticism, and faith. They are weary travelers, yet their spirits flicker with the possibility of change. In their midst stands a figure, a man whose words have begun to weave a tapestry of belief that transcends boundaries, cultures, and generations. His name is Jesus, and as he opens his mouth to speak, the world feels as if it holds its breath. "I am the light of the world," he declares, and the sun seems to shine brighter, as if in agreement. For those listening, these words are not mere phrases. They are invitations to a different existence. Hope dances in their hearts, igniting a yearning for a life filled with purpose, love, and understanding. Each individual feels the call to something greater, a flicker of divine truth shining through the fabric of their daily struggles. But the New Testament does not only capture the wisdom of Jesus. It is teeming with lessons that pulse with life, urging people to confront their fears, their doubts, and their very souls. Take Peter, for instance, a fisherman turned apostle. His journey from denying Jesus to ultimately becoming a cornerstone of the early church is a testament to redemption that resonates deeply. Peter's impulsive nature led him to falter, Yet it was through these failures that he learned grace. The moment he stepped onto the water, feeling the waves crash beneath his feet, he embodied both courage and vulnerability. It's a story that stirs something profound in the hearts of those who understand the weight of fear and faith. As the crowd listens to Jesus share the parable of the prodigal son, their emotions swell. A son, lost in rebellion, squanders his inheritance only to find himself in the depths of despair, longing to return home. The father, standing at the edge of the horizon, represents all who wait for reconciliation. His arms wide open, ready to embrace his wayward child, evokes tears and sighs among the listeners. They see themselves in the son, wrestling with their own failures and searching for forgiveness. The lesson is clear. No matter how far one strays, love always offers a way back. The New Testament is also a canvas painted with the vivid colors of community and connection. In the early days of the church, believers gathered together, sharing everything they had. Acts of kindness, compassion, and generosity flowed freely among them, like a river nourishing the parched earth. Each miracle performed, blind eyes opened, the sick healed, outcasts welcomed, was a reminder of the power of unity. The stories remind them that their strength lies not in solitude, but in shared burdens and collective joy. It is a call to action, challenging each heart to lift another, to be the hands and feet of love in a broken world. Yet, amidst the beauty of connection, there are moments of tension and sacrifice. The weight of betrayal hangs heavy in the air as Judas Iscariot, one of the chosen 12, prepares for his treachery. The stark contrast of loyalty and betrayal tightens the atmosphere. As the remaining disciples wrestle with confusion and fear, Jesus, fully aware of his impending fate, embraces his destiny with unwavering resolve. The agonizing moments in the Garden of Gethsemane echo through time, the sweat of anguish mixing with the earth as he prays fervently. "Not my will, but yours be done." These words pierce the hearts of those who know the cost of true love, selflessness, sacrifice, and sometimes heart-wrenching pain. As the narrative unfolds, the arrival of the Holy Spirit on Pentecost is a crescendo of emotions. Flames of fire dance above the heads of the disciples, filling them with courage and strength. They burst forth into the streets, speaking in languages they had never known, igniting a movement that would sweep across the globe. The crowd, once divided by their differences, stands in awe, united by a common experience of divine grace. Hope and inspiration weave through the hearts of onlookers, igniting a desire to be part of something greater than themselves. The lessons continue with the Apostle Paul, whose transformation from fierce persecutor to passionate evangelist shakes the very foundations of belief. His letters, filled with poignant insights, reveal not only his struggles but also his triumphs. The concept of love, as described in 1 Corinthians 13, is an anthem that reverberates through time. Love is patient. Love is kind. Each word resonates deeply, echoing in the hearts of those who seek to understand the simplest yet most profound of human experiences. In a world often marked by division, these words become a balm for weary souls searching for connection. As we turn the pages, we encounter the book of Revelation, filled with vivid imagery and profound hope for the future. The promise of a new heaven and a new earth ignites a flicker of anticipation in the hearts of many. As the visions unfold, of a lamb sitting on a throne, the faithful gathered in glory, there is a collective sigh of yearning for restoration. The thought of a world without sorrow, without pain, is a dream that stirs something deep within, compelling each person to consider their role in this unfolding narrative. Every story, every letter, every moment in the New Testament pulsates with lessons that reach into the core of humanity. They challenge, provoke, and inspire, leaving behind a trail of emotions that linger long after the words are read. The struggle for faith, the journey of redemption, and the transformative power of love beckon readers forward, inviting them to grasp the divine threads woven through their own lives. In the midst of uncertainty and doubt, the lessons continue to resonate, igniting an unquenchable thirst for understanding and connection. Even as the tales of sacrifice, betrayal, and love unfold, the echoes of those early days reverberate into the present. The lessons of the New Testament remain a guiding light, illuminating paths in the darkness, urging souls to rise above their circumstances and reach for hope. Each story, rich with history and emotion, becomes a lifeline, connecting hearts across time, reminding them that they are part of something infinitely larger, an ever-unfolding narrative of grace, love, and the promise of redemption. And as the sun sets on that hillside, illuminating the faces of those who gathered, the journey is far from over. It is only just beginning. Beneath the weight of an ancient sky, where the stars seem to weep for humanity, a humble village nestled in the valley bore witness to the eternal struggle of souls. Here, amid the scent of freshly baked bread and the soft whispers of the wind, the story of sin and redemption unfolded like a tattered scroll, each word a heartbeat echoing through the ages. In this village, a young woman named Miriam stood at the edge of a field, her heart heavier than the earth she toiled. A shadow lingered within her, a haunting specter of secrets known only to her. She had sinned, and every breath felt like a reminder of that truth. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows that intertwined with the creeping vines, each tendril a metaphor for her entrapment. The villagers, blissfully unaware, went about their lives, their laughter ringing like distant chimes, oblivious to the tempest brewing within her. Sin, like an ancient thief, had come to steal her joy. It crept in quietly, wrapping around her heart until it was almost unnoticeable. Yet, it was there, a living thing that fed on regret, gnawing at her spirit. She remembered the old tales shared around the flickering firelight, stories of Adam and Eve, the first humans to taste the forbidden fruit. Their choice had echoed through eternity, a reminder that every decision carried weight, a ripple effect through the fabric of existence. Sin had entered the world through a single act of defiance, a choice that resonated through generations, and now Miriam felt the same heavy chains of consequence binding her. Meanwhile, across the village square, an old man named Eli sat in quiet contemplation, his weathered hands clasped tightly around a well-worn book of prayers. He had seen the world change, had witnessed the rise and fall of empires, but the concept of redemption fascinated him the most. As he turned the pages, each word breathed life into his tired bones, igniting a flicker of hope. He often pondered the teachings of prophets who dared to dream of forgiveness, those who believed that no soul was beyond saving. Redemption was not merely a word. It was a promise, a lifeline thrown to the desperate, the lost, and the broken. Eli recalled the story of David, a king who had stumbled into sin but found his way back through tears and songs of repentance. The weight of his actions had pressed heavily upon him, yet he emerged restored, a testament to the belief that no matter how deep the pit, there remained a path toward light. Eli's heart swelled with the truth that resonated in the core of faith. Redemption was a second chance, a beam of divine grace that illuminated the darkest corners of one's being. The flicker of hope burned brighter as he lifted his gaze to the horizon, searching for signs of a new dawn. As the day faded, Miriam made her way to the village's ancient chapel, its stone walls kissed by the passage of time. The air inside was thick with the scent of burning candles and whispered prayers, a sacred space where countless souls had poured out their confessions and yearnings. With trembling hands, she knelt before the altar, feeling the coolness of the stone beneath her forehead. Here, she felt small yet significant, a thread in a vast tapestry woven by the hands of the divine. In that moment of vulnerability, Miriam called out into the silence, her voice barely above a whisper, yet it echoed louder than thunder within her heart. "Please, forgive me," she pleaded, her tears falling like rain upon the altar. Each drop carried the weight of shame and sorrow, a river of regret yearning to flow toward the sea of forgiveness. She could almost feel the presence of the one who had walked among sinners, who had dined with the outcasts and the broken. His story of love had the power to heal, to mend the frayed edges of her spirit. As if sensing her turmoil, the wind swept through the chapel, stirring the flickering candles into a dance. In that sacred space, a warmth enveloped her, a gentle embrace that wrapped around her brokenness. It was as if the past and the future converged, and in that moment, she glimpsed the profound truth of redemption. A gift not earned through deeds but freely given. The tears continued to flow, each one a release, a cleansing of the heart that had carried the burden for far too long. Outside, Eli felt a change in the air, a stirring in his spirit. It was as if the heavens themselves were responding to the cries of a wounded heart. He rose from his seat and stepped into the night, drawn by an invisible thread that guided him toward the chapel. The moon hung low, illuminating his path with silvery light, and with every step, he felt a surge of purpose. He was a witness to the struggles of life, a servant of hope, and tonight, he knew he must share it. As Eli entered the chapel, he found Miriam still kneeling, enveloped in her moment of reckoning. He approached quietly, sensing the sacredness of the space, the tangible presence of something greater than themselves. "You are not alone," he said softly, his voice a balm to her aching soul. "There is beauty in your brokenness, and through that, you can find grace." Miriam looked up, her eyes wide with vulnerability and yearning. "Can there truly be redemption for me after all I've done?" The question hung in the air, heavy and desperate, as if the very walls held their breath, waiting for an answer. Eli stepped closer, his heart brimming with the stories of old. Every soul is worthy of love, no matter how far they've strayed. Just as the prodigal son was welcomed home, so too can you find your way back. Remember, it's not the weight of your sins that matters, but the desire in your heart to seek forgiveness. Redemption is a journey, not a destination. As he spoke, a flicker of hope ignited within Miriam. Could it be true? Could she rise from the ashes of her mistakes? In that moment, the chapel transformed into a sanctuary of healing, a sacred ground where the impossible seemed possible. The echoes of the past began to fade, replaced by the soft whispers of grace that had always been there, waiting patiently for her to notice. Outside, the stars twinkled like distant promises, each one a reminder that light could pierce through the darkest of nights. Redemption was more than a theological concept. It was a living truth, a promise that stretched across time, waiting for souls to embrace it. And as Miriam found her footing on the path of hope, the village around her continued to breathe, unaware of the profound transformation taking place. A cosmic dance of sin and redemption that would ripple through generations to come. In the flickering glow of a candlelit room, the shadows danced on the walls, and whispers of sin and redemption hung thick in the air. The tale of Sodom and Gomorrah, ancient cities steeped in mystery and moral dilemma, has captivated hearts and minds for centuries. It is a story that evokes goosebumps, conjuring images of fiery destruction and unbridled passions. How could two cities, once thriving, become eternal symbols of vice and divine wrath? The echoes of their doom resonate through art and literature, leaving an indelible mark on the cultural landscape. The biblical account paints a vivid picture of these cities, nestled in the lush plains of Jordan, a paradise that became a graveyard of excess. Artists and writers have grappled with the haunting themes of lust, depravity, and the quest for salvation ever since. In the 16th century, the brushstrokes of Michelangelo captured the moment of divine judgment on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. His portrayal of the city's fiery end was not merely a depiction of punishment but a poignant reminder of the fragility of virtue. The flames leapt towards the heavens, a desperate cry for mercy amid the chaos, stirring the soul with an unsettling blend of horror and awe. Literary giants, too, have drawn on the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, weaving their interpretations into the fabric of human experience. John Milton's epic poem, Paradise Lost, reverberates with the consequences of defiance against divine order. The characters grapple with their choices, their fates intertwined with the cities that fell prey to temptation. Milton's words throb with emotion, capturing the essence of humanity's struggle between desire and morality, illuminating the timeless battle within each individual. As the narrative flows through the ages, the heart-wrenching tale took on new forms, evolving with each retelling. In the 19th century, the Romantic poets found in Sodom and Gomorrah a canvas for their exploration of human emotion. William Blake's illustrations reflected a world on the brink, where innocence was shattered by the weight of sin. His art pulsated with energy, the figures twisted in anguish and ecstasy, mirroring the tumultuous nature of human desire. The stark contrasts of light and dark in Blake's work echoed the eternal struggle between hope and despair, inviting viewers to confront their innermost fears and desires. The city's downfall was not merely a narrative of punishment. It was a profound exploration of societal morals. Mark Twain, in his satirical work, The Mysterious Stranger, invoked the essence of Sodom and Gomorrah as a metaphor for the absurdity of human existence. His sharp wit carved through the veneer of righteousness, revealing the hypocrisy of social norms. Through Twain's lens, the cities became a mirror, reflecting the flaws and follies of humanity. The laughter faded into silence as readers were left pondering the price of unchecked desires, a chilling reminder that the seeds of destruction often lie within. In the realm of painting, the dramatic scenes of destruction were brought to life by artists like Peter Paul Rubens and his contemporaries. They painted tumultuous skies filled with dark clouds, the heavens trembling as fiery rain fell upon the wicked cities. Their canvases thrummed with palpable tension, each brushstroke capturing the raw energy of the moment. The chaos of the inferno erupted in vibrant colors, each hue a testament to the despair of lives lost to their own indulgences. The flames between the buildings seemed to reach out, yearning to consume not just stone and mortar but the very souls of those trapped within. The emotional weight of Sodom and Gomorrah found its way into modern literature, too. In contemporary works, the cities represent the moral ambiguity of today's world, an unending struggle between what is right and what is desired. Writers like Salman Rushdie and José Saramago have revisited the ancient tale, infusing it with modern dilemmas, questioning the very nature of sin and consequence. Their words resonate with urgency, each sentence a heartbeat echoing through the pages, urging readers to confront the reality of their choices. The impact of Sodom and Gomorrah extends beyond the written word and the canvas. The tales have inspired musicians, dance, and theater, breathing life into the narrative in ways that evoke visceral reactions. The haunting melodies of an oratorio can transport listeners to the brink of destruction, where every note vibrates with the anguish of lost hope. In theater, the raw emotion of actors portraying the city's final moments brings the narrative to life, striking chords of empathy and fear within the audience. Every depiction, every retelling, unveils layers of meaning, inviting reflection on the essence of humanity. The cities, engulfed by flames, stand as a powerful reminder of the consequences of moral decay. Yet, in their tragic end, there lies an invitation to redemption, a flicker of hope amidst the ashes. The story of Sodom and Gomorrah, rich with emotional turmoil and moral complexity, continues to captivate and challenge, a timeless echo that resonates through the corridors of art and literature. As the flames flicker and the echoes linger, the tale unfolds into a tapestry woven with strands of despair, longing, and the quest for meaning. The story does not conclude. It intertwines with the destinies of those who grapple with the eternal questions of right and wrong. The narrative pulses with life, inviting each generation to reflect, to feel, and to engage with the shadows of Sodom and Gomorrah, where the boundaries of morality blur and the flames of desire flicker ever brighter. The air was thick with tension, a palpable energy crackling as scholars and treasure hunters gathered at the very edge of the Dead Sea. They stood there, hearts racing, minds racing even faster, captivated by whispers of a lost world, one that had burned brightly only to vanish in a blaze of divine fury. Sodom and Gomorrah, names etched in history, were more than mere legends. They were the stuff of nightmares and dreams, tales that sent shivers down the spine and ignited an insatiable quest for truth. The sun was setting, casting long shadows that danced on the dry ground, and each flicker of dusk seemed to echo the urgency in their hearts. Could it be that beneath the sands lay remnants of these ancient cities? Could they find evidence of the sin and debauchery that had summoned fire and brimstone upon them? As they began to dig, the earth felt stiff and unforgiving, yet they pressed on, driven by something deeper than mere curiosity. Each shovelful of dirt felt heavy with the weight of history. They unearthed pottery shards and burnt stones, remnants of lives lived long ago. Each artifact told a story, whispers from a time when pleasure ruled over morality, a time that ended in a cataclysm that echoed throughout the ages. Dr. Miriam Hale, an archaeologist with a steely resolve, led the charge. Her eyes glimmered with determination as she brushed aside layers of earth. The thrill of possibility electrified her every move. What if they uncovered something that would change everything? She imagined finding the very streets where the wicked had walked, the marketplaces where sinful deals were struck under the gaze of indifferent gods. Then it happened. A glint caught her eye, something golden, nestled in the soil, half-buried and cloaked in mystery. Heart pounding, she reached down, fingers trembling with anticipation. When she pulled it free, a small, ornate figurine glimmered in the fading light. The craftsmanship was exquisite, depicting scenes of revelry and excess, frenzied dances that hinted at the wild abandon of the city's inhabitants. A collective gasp rippled through the group, a wave of excitement crashing against the shores of reality. But Miriam's heart sank as she turned it over in her hands. The figure was undeniably beautiful, yet it spoke of a darkness that loomed over these ancient towns. As night descended, the atmosphere thickened. Shadows took on forms, and the wind carried with it a chill, an unsettling reminder of the fate that befell those who had lived without restraint. The team pressed on, their resolve unshaken. They uncovered more pieces, each more haunting than the last, fragments of walls that once stood tall, a charred altar that seemed to breathe secrets, and remnants of pottery that bore markings of a civilization driven by lust and greed. The deeper they dug, the more the air crackled with an electric tension, a reminder of the ancient warnings that echoed through scripture. With every layer of soil they peeled back, the past came rushing at them like a tidal wave. Miriam felt the weight of the stories pressing down on her chest. She envisioned the streets bustling with life, the laughter of children ringing through the air, unaware of the impending doom. There was a romance in the tragedy, a bittersweet yearning for a world lost to time, but also a nagging fear of what had been unleashed. As night took hold, the campfire flickered, casting eerie shadows that danced along the ground. They gathered, huddled close, sharing their findings, their theories. The tension thickened in the air as they debated the implications of their discoveries. Were they truly standing on the ashes of divine wrath? Had the cities, once vibrant, really been consumed by a fire that could burn through the very fabric of human existence? Miriam's thoughts spiraled. Each artifact was a clue, yet it was also a warning. The legends spoke of a people who had turned their backs on the divine, who lived in excess and wanted nothing more than to gratify their every whim. Had they stumbled upon the remnants of not just a civilization, but a cautionary tale? Just then, the wind shifted, carrying with it a strange sound, a low rumble, as if the earth beneath them was awakening from centuries of slumber. The group exchanged uneasy glances. Had they disturbed something far beyond their understanding? Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a crack appeared near their feet, a jagged line splitting the earth. Gasps of surprise and fear filled the air as they stumbled back. Miriam's heart raced, a mix of dread and exhilaration flooding her senses. The earth had spoken, and it seemed to call forth the ghosts of the past. What lay beneath? As the crack widened, the faint smell of sulfur wafted up, stinging their nostrils and igniting ancient memories of destruction. Dark clouds began to gather overhead, swirling ominously, and the stars seemed to wink out one by one as a storm brewed. It was as if the heavens were weeping for a past long gone, a past that refused to stay buried. In the midst of this chaos, Miriam felt an undeniable connection to the souls of Sodom and Gomorrah. Their laughter, their desires, their transgressions echoed in her mind, a chorus of voices warning her of the fine line between civilization and destruction. The crack continued to widen, and with it, the weight of the ancient stories pressed down, ready to spill forth like a flood. As the ground quaked beneath them, they all knew they were on the brink of unveiling something profound, something that could shatter their understanding of morality and consequence. The night was alive with possibilities, shadows twisting and turning like the fates of those who once walked those very streets. In this electrified moment, They stood at the crossroads of history, fear and wonder mingling like smoke in the air. The past was clawing its way back into the light, and with it came the promise of revelations that might change everything. The storm raged on, and with it, the unyielding question hung heavy in the air. What price would they pay for the truth? The sun hung low in the sky, casting an orange glow that flickered against the horizon like a warning. It illuminated the dusty streets of Sodom, where laughter once echoed and life flourished. Yet, an ominous tension filled the air, palpable and suffocating, as if the very earth held its breath. This was a place where shadows stretched long and dark, hinting at the turmoil brewing beneath the surface. In this ancient city, the people reveled in their lavish lifestyles, indulging in desires that spiraled into chaos. Their laughter morphed into whispers, carrying tales of unchecked ambition and moral decay. Sodom and its sister city, Gomorrah, stood as beacons of sin, oblivious to the looming wrath that awaited them. What lay beneath the vibrant fabric of their lives was a haunting truth, an insatiable hunger that twisted love into something vile. Among the inhabitants was Lot, a man of unwavering faith. He walked the narrow path, righteousness guiding his every step. His heart ached for the lost souls around him, blinded by arrogance and selfish desires. Each day was a battle, his spirit wrestling with shadows that threatened to engulf him. He pleaded with his people, imploring them to abandon their wicked ways, to turn back to the one who created them. But his voice was drowned in the cacophony of revelry and denial. In whispered conversations, the people of Sodom dismissed Lot's warnings as the ramblings of a madman. They scoffed at the notion that they could ever face divine retribution. Their pride shielded them from the truth, a brittle armor soon to shatter. With each passing moment, the skies darkened, and a storm brewed not only above but within the very souls of the cities. Lot's heart was heavy, burdened by the weight of his mission. Night after night, he watched his neighbors revel in acts that defied nature, their laughter twisting into grotesque mockery of joy. He endured the stares and jeers, each one a dagger aimed at his faith. Yet he remained resolute, for he knew his purpose. The angels had come to him, cloaked in human form, delivering a message laced with urgency, a warning that cracked the very foundation of his world. As the moon hung high in the sky, the angels revealed their intent. They were sent to cleanse the land, to bring an end to the depravity that seeped into every corner of Sodom and Gomorrah. Lot, filled with fear and sorrow, realized that the time for pleading was over. The divine decree was forthcoming, and only he and his family could hope to escape the impending doom. The night grew thick with tension, the air buzzing like a live wire. As they prepared to flee, Lot's heart raced with the weight of impending loss. He turned to his wife and daughters, urging them to leave without looking back. He knew the stories of those who defied the command, who turned to witness the destruction of their lives. But the allure of what was familiar tugged at them, a siren song of memories and comforts that were about to be lost forever. The moment they crossed the threshold of their home, a deafening roar echoed in the distance, reverberating through their very bones. It was the sound of justice, fierce and unyielding, charging through the skies like a tempest. Sodom and Gomorrah were about to face the consequences of their actions, and there was no turning back now. As they ran, the ground quaked beneath their feet, a reminder of the wrath that was to come. In the chaos of their escape, Lot's wife glanced back. A fleeting moment of hesitation, a longing for the life they had known, and then the tragic transformation. In that instant, she became a pillar of salt, forever frozen in her moment of weakness. Her figure stood as a haunting reminder of the price of disobedience, a testament to the power of divine will. Lot and his daughters pressed on, their hearts heavy with grief, knowing that every step forward was a reminder of what they had lost. The sky erupted. Fire rained down, a rain of fury and devastation that engulfed the cities. Flames danced like wild spirits, consuming everything in their path. The righteous man who had fought for his people now watched in horror, tears streaming down his face as the echoes of laughter faded into the inferno. The cities that had once sparkled under the sun were now reduced to ashes, swallowed by the flames of their own making. The devastation was complete. Sodom and Gomorrah, once thriving centers of life, lay in ruins, a cautionary tale etched into the annals of time. Lot and his daughters, the lone survivors of a world consumed by its own arrogance, stood on the outskirts, heartbroken and bewildered. They gazed back at the smoldering horizon, the sky red with the embers of their past, a living testament to the consequences of a life lived without conscience. The story of Sodom and Gomorrah did not end with their destruction. It echoed through the ages, a lesson that transcended time and culture. The fate of those cities served as a haunting reminder of the fragility of virtue and the enduring call for righteousness. Lot, forever marked by the loss of his home and the betrayal of his beloved wife, would carry the weight of that night with him forever. As they began anew, the winds of fate whispered promises of trials yet to come, of faith that would be tested in ways unimaginable. The shadows of the past lingered, entwining with hopes for the future, creating a tension that hung thick in the air. The world would not forget, nor would it forgive, for the echoes of Sodom and Gomorrah lived on, woven into the fabric of tradition and belief, a legacy that would endure through the ages. In a dimly lit room, a young woman named Maya stands before a mirror, her reflection a flickering flame of emotions, a blend of hope, anger, and a longing for change. The walls seem to whisper stories from the past, echoes of those who dared to challenge the status quo. She clenches her fists, remembering the countless faces that fought for justice, their voices rising like a chorus, a testament to the indomitable spirit of humanity. A few blocks away, a crowd gathers in the city square, a sea of diverse faces united by a shared cause. There are mothers holding their children tightly, students waving hand-drawn signs, and elders whose weathered faces tell tales of battles fought long before Maya was born. Each person stands as a monument to resilience, carrying the weight of history on their shoulders. Yet their eyes sparkle with the possibility of a brighter tomorrow. As the sun begins to set, casting an amber glow over the scene, the air buzzes with anticipation. Speakers take the stage, voices powerful and clear, resonating with the struggles of generations past. The words spoken are not just echoes of the present, but also a bridge to the past, connecting the fight for civil rights to today's movements for equality and justice. Maya listens intently, her heart racing, each word igniting a spark within her. The figures of Martin Luther King Jr., Rosa Parks, and Malcolm X rise vividly in her mind, their legacies intertwined with her own. She recalls the time when a simple act of sitting on a bus changed the course of history, a courageous refusal to accept oppression. The tears of countless souls poured into that moment, weaving a fabric of determination. The cries for justice have echoed across decades, each generation adding its thread, a continuous tapestry of struggle. The suffragettes, marching with banners held high, their voices fierce and unyielding, remind her of the power of collective action. As the crowd around her grows, Maya can almost feel the pulse of history thrumming beneath her feet, urging her to stand firm, to speak out. With each passing moment, the atmosphere intensifies. Empathy swells like a tide, pulling everyone closer together. Maya can see the faces of those who have been marginalized, voices silenced by systems built to oppress. She feels a deep connection to them, their stories wrapping around her like a protective cloak. The weight of injustice is heavy, but so is the strength of solidarity. Her heart beats in rhythm with theirs, a reminder that they are not alone in this fight. As the speakers share their stories of hardship and triumph, Maya recalls the Stonewall riots, a pivotal moment in the fight for LGBTQ+ rights. She pictures the brave souls who stood up against oppression, their identities fought for in the streets, their courage igniting a movement that would span decades. Those moments of rebellion were not just about rights. They were about existence, about being seen and heard in a world that tried to erase them. Then the mood shifts. A palpable tension hangs in the air. A chant rises from the crowd, a haunting melody of unity and defiance. No justice, no peace. They cry out, voices blending into a powerful symphony that shakes the very ground beneath them. The words resonate like a battle cry, a call to action that reverberates through time. Maya feels the surge of energy. It sparks hope but also fear. What if change comes with a price? What if the struggle leads to more pain before it brings healing? Suddenly, her thoughts drift to the past, to the labor movements of the early 20th century. She sees men and women, workers who toiled endlessly, marching for fair wages and safe conditions, their hands calloused but their spirits unwavering. Their sacrifices paved the way for rights that many take for granted today. Yet, the fight continues, morphing and evolving, reshaping itself into new forms of resistance. The echoes of those battles remind her that fighting for justice is an ongoing struggle, a relentless pursuit that cannot afford to wane. The sun dips lower, shadows lengthening as the crowd's energy shifts to something deeper, an unspoken understanding that change is not just demanded. It must be nurtured, cultivated like a fragile seed. Maya feels a wave of emotion wash over her, a mixture of pride, sorrow, and fierce determination. She remembers reading about the abolitionists, those brave souls who risked everything to fight against the chains of slavery. Their legacy fills her with inspiration, a reminder that the fight for justice transcends time, binding together those who seek to uphold dignity and equality. As the night descends, the collective heartbeat of the crowd grows stronger, resonating through the air like a drum. The faces illuminated by the glow of candlelight gleam with a fierce hope. Maya's heart swells with the knowledge that she stands on the shoulders of giants, her voice a part of a larger narrative that stretches back through the annals of history. But beneath the surface, questions loom like dark clouds. What sacrifices still lay ahead? What battles remain in this unending quest for justice? The faces in the crowd flicker with uncertainty, each individual wrestling with their own fears and hopes. Maya can feel the tremors of anxiety coursing through them, a collective worry hovering in the air. Yet, amongst that worry, a fierce flame flickers, an unyielding belief that their voices matter, that they can change the world, one action at a time. The night is alive with passion, and as Maya stands there, surrounded by the powerful energy of her community, she understands that this is only the beginning. The struggle for social justice is far from over. It twists and turns like a raging river, but the current is strong, and together they will navigate its depths. The stories of the past become her guiding stars, lighting the way forward, as she prepares to add her voice to this powerful chorus. A voice that will echo through the ages, a reminder that the fight for justice is a flame that must never be extinguished. In the shadows of an ancient tale, two cities burned brightly, Sodom and Gomorrah, a pair of names that carried the weight of forgotten sins, echoing through time like an ominous whisper. Lurking in the annals of history, these cities stood as stark symbols of moral decay. Their destruction is etched into humanity's collective memory, a cautionary tale that still resonates today. The very mention of Sodom and Gomorrah stirs a primal fear, a shiver that runs down the spine, a reminder of the chaos that can ensue when a society strays too far from the light. Through the ages, these cities have transformed, evolving from mere geographical locations into powerful symbols in literature, film, and popular culture. In every retelling, they ignite a firestorm of emotions: fear, rage, disgust, and a touch of morbid fascination. When viewers sit in darkened theaters or flip through the pages of a gripping novel, they encounter the haunting specter of Sodom and Gomorrah, a reminder that the line between civilization and chaos is razor-thin. Artists, writers, and filmmakers have been drawn to the story like moths to a flame, eager to explore its depths. The biblical narrative paints a picture of excess and vice, a society so consumed by its own desires that it ultimately implodes, leaving nothing but ash and ruin in its wake. This tragic downfall serves as a mirror reflecting the darker corners of human nature, stirring unease in those who dare to look too closely. In modern interpretations, the cities are often depicted as places where societal norms crumble, where gluttony, greed, and lust reign supreme. In film, they manifest in wild parties and unchecked debauchery, where characters spiral into chaos, blinded by their own appetites. With every flicker of the screen, the audience feels the tension build, their hearts racing in response to the urgency of impending doom. As the characters indulge in their reckless abandon, viewers can't help but feel the weight of impending judgment, a reminder that every action has consequences. Consider the stark contrast drawn in various pieces of popular culture. In some retellings, Sodom and Gomorrah serve as a warning about the dangers of isolationism. Here, they become emblematic of societies that refuse to extend compassion and empathy beyond their borders. This interpretation resonates in today's world, where fear often breeds hostility. The city's destruction becomes a rallying cry for inclusion and understanding, a plea to prevent history from repeating itself. The symbolic power of Sodom and Gomorrah also finds its way into music, where artists weave tales of heartbreak, betrayal, and redemption. Lyrics echo the themes of loss and longing, drawing parallels between personal struggles and the city's infamous fate. The rhythm of the music pulses with urgency, a haunting reminder that despair can lurk just beneath the surface of everyday life. Listeners are transported, grappling with their own demons as the raw emotion spills forth from the speakers. In literature, the cities are often used as a backdrop for exploring moral dilemmas. Characters wrestle with their own choices, facing the haunting specter of Sodom and Gomorrah as they navigate their journeys. Authors conjure vivid imagery that captures the essence of a world teetering on the brink, making readers question their own values and decisions. The narrative pulls them in, forcing them to confront uncomfortable truths about society and themselves. The impact of these cities extends beyond individual narratives, seeping into collective consciousness. Their symbolism speaks volumes about societal norms, the fragile nature of morality, and the consequences of unchecked desires. In a world that often feels chaotic, Sodom and Gomorrah serve as a stark reminder of what happens when humanity loses its way. Each reference in film, music, or literature acts like a thread, weaving a larger tapestry that connects past and present, hope and despair. As the stories unfold, there is an undeniable sense of urgency. The beats quicken, the stakes rise, and the tension is almost unbearable. Just when it seems the characters might find redemption, the looming shadow of Sodom and Gomorrah envelopes them, a dark reminder that salvation is often just out of reach. The audience is left breathless, hearts pounding, as the narrative spirals toward an inevitable climax. In this charged atmosphere, the cities become more than just ancient relics. They morph into living, breathing entities that pulse with meaning. They symbolize the struggle against moral decay, the fight to preserve humanity's essence in a world that often feels heartless. They are a reflection of the struggles that resonate on a deeply personal level, where the battle between good and evil plays out in every individual's heart. As the scene shifts, the cacophony of emotions continues to build. The city's fate is sealed, but their legacy remains, a potent reminder that even in the darkest of times, the human spirit can rise from the ashes. The echoes of Sodom and Gomorrah linger, resonating in the stories we tell, the songs we sing, and the choices we make. The narrative flows seamlessly, leaving behind a trail of questions about love, loss, and the fragile nature of our existence. With every twist and turn, the emotions intensify, drawing the audience deeper into the narrative web. Just as hope flickers in the distance, the specter of Sodom and Gomorrah looms larger, a constant reminder of the precarious balance between joy and despair. The rhythm of the tale quickens, pulling readers along, keeping them suspended in a moment where anything is possible, and yet everything could come crashing down. And so, the cycle continues, the stories of Sodom and Gomorrah weaving their way through the fabric of culture, forever compelling, forever haunting, as humanity grapples with its own reflection in the ashes of two fateful cities. The echoes of their legacy remain, waiting to be felt, waiting to be understood. The ground trembled beneath their feet, a low growl that reverberated in their chests, sending shivers of fear and excitement through the crowd. They had gathered on a sunlit morning, their laughter ringing in the air, blissfully unaware of the shadows lurking just below the surface of the earth. It was then, in that moment of innocence, that the first crack appeared, a jagged line slicing through the familiar landscape, heralding a cataclysmic change that would forever alter their lives. History has a way of repeating itself, and in this place, The tale of nature's fury was etched into the very soil, the mountains whispering legends of destruction that echoed through time. The ancient civilizations that once thrived here had known this terror: the Aztecs, the Greeks, and countless others, who worshipped gods of the earth and sky, believing their fates were intertwined with the whims of nature. They built their homes with reverence, yet they could do little when the ground heaved and the oceans roared. As the tremors grew stronger, windows shattered, and the air thickened with dust and dread. People ran, their hearts pounding like drums in a funeral procession, echoing the ages when volcanoes erupted in fiery rage, sending ash clouds thousands of feet into the air. The towering mountains, once seen as steadfast guardians, suddenly became ominous giants, poised to unleash their wrath. Those who had dedicated their lives to the land now found themselves at its mercy. In the annals of history, the eruption of Mount Vesuvius in 79 AD served as a grim reminder of nature's unpredictable temperament. Pompeii, a bustling city, was engulfed in a blanket of ash, preserving the lives and moments of its people, frozen in time. The streets, once lively, were silenced forever, their stories encapsulated in the very fabric of the earth. What was once a thriving culture became a haunting memory, reminding future generations of the fragility of existence. Fast forward to a modern day, where the sun shone brightly overhead and laughter echoed once more in a vibrant town, blissfully unaware of the invisible forces at play. The ocean, calm and inviting, concealed its darker nature, an unfathomable power that lay dormant, waiting for the right moment to strike. Tsunamis, those monstrous waves born from underwater earthquakes, had devastated coastal communities countless times, reducing homes to splinters and turning vibrant lives into mere echoes of the past. But it was not just the land that could turn against them. The skies too had their own story to tell. Tornadoes, fierce and relentless, could sweep through a town in mere minutes, leaving behind twisted metal, uprooted trees, and hearts shattered by the loss. The haunting sound of the approaching storm was like a war cry, a warning that would soon turn the familiar into something unrecognizable, forcing communities to rebuild from the ashes. Late one night, in a quiet valley, the people had gathered for a celebration, unaware that nature was preparing its own dark spectacle. A storm brewed in the distance, a swirling mass of clouds that grew darker with each passing minute. As the first drops of rain fell, it quickly escalated into a torrential downpour, the rivers swelling like angry beasts, threatening to spill over and flood everything in their path. People watched, horrified, as memories of past floods resurfaced. Moments when entire towns had been submerged, lives lost and dreams washed away. The survivors of such disasters often spoke of the moments just before calamity struck. The stillness in the air, the uneasy quiet that settled like a thick fog, a prelude to chaos. Throughout history, those who lived through hurricanes, blizzards, and wildfires bore witness to the unfathomable power of nature, realizing that their lives hung by a thread, woven by the very geography that surrounded them. As the floodwaters rose, the stories of those who had come before echoed in their hearts. The Great Flood of 1931 in China was one of the deadliest in history, where millions were displaced and entire cities drowned in despair. The stories became legends, whispered from one generation to the next, reminding them of the importance of respect and understanding in the face of nature's might. In the aftermath, as the sun emerged from behind the clouds, the devastation was revealed. Homes turned to ruins, lives interrupted, and spirits crushed. Yet, the resilience of humanity shone through the rubble. People came together, united in their grief and determination, laboring side by side to rebuild what had been lost. In those moments, they were reminded of the strength that lay in their community, forged in the fire of adversity. But even as they rebuilt, the land continued to shift and change. Earthquakes rattled their foundations, reminding them of their place in the grand tapestry of the earth. The horizon, once a symbol of hope, now bore the scars of nature's fury, a constant reminder that their fight against the elements was far from over. They learned to read the signs, to listen to the whispers of the wind, and to acknowledge the power of the mountains that loomed above. From the ashes of despair, a new understanding emerged, one that recognized the delicate balance between humanity and nature. The historical echoes of destruction were met with the promise of rebirth, an eternal cycle that compelled them to respect and protect their environment. In this dance with nature, they found both fear and beauty, a relentless reminder of the forces that shaped their existence. And as the sun set on another day, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, they stood together, knowing that tomorrow might hold uncertainty, but they would face it together, united by history, forged by courage, and bound by the land they called home. The earth continued to shift beneath their feet, but now they walked with a deeper understanding, aware that within the chaos of nature lay the stories of their ancestors, the memories of their struggles, and the promise of new beginnings. In a small village nestled between towering mountains, the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the world in shades of orange and purple. It was a time when every traveler was a story waiting to be told, and every hearth was a sanctuary. The crackling fire drew people close, while the rich aroma of roasted meats filled the air, mingling with laughter and conversation. Here, hospitality was not just a word. It was a sacred duty that bound every individual together. In ancient times, hospitality held a weight that could tip the scales of fate itself. It was a practice deeply woven into the fabric of society, a reflection of one's character and honor. The Greeks, for example, had a word, xenia, that described this sacred bond between guest and host. To welcome someone into your home was to invite the gods themselves, and to turn away a stranger was to invite their wrath. The echoes of this belief resounded in the heart of every household, where even the poorest would share their last morsel of food with an unexpected guest. Across the Mediterranean, the Romans elevated hospitality to an art form. Their inns, known as coponi, were more than mere stopovers for weary travelers. They buzzed with life, a mosaic of diverse cultures meeting and mingling under one roof. The atmosphere was electric, fueled by stories of distant lands, shared laughter, and the clinking of goblets filled to the brim with wine. To the Romans, hospitality was an obligation, an unwritten rule that offered both protection and camaraderie. From the imperial courts to the rustic countryside, the act of hosting was revered, a way to build alliances and strengthen bonds. Meanwhile, in the sprawling deserts of the Middle East, the code of hospitality was equally sacred. The Bedouins, wandering the vast sands, practiced an unyielding tradition of welcoming strangers. To deny a traveler water or shelter was to deny the very essence of humanity. A visitor could expect to be greeted with open arms, served rich, spiced dishes, and offered the softest of cushions to rest upon. The bond forged in such moments transcended time and tribe. It was a promise of protection, a pledge to keep the peace. Imagine the tension of a traveler lost in the dunes, parched and desperate, when suddenly, a flicker of light appears in the distance. Hope ignites like a spark, and as he approaches, he sees the welcoming fire and the figures of a family gathered around it, an invitation to share in their world. To the Bedouins, there was power in hospitality, a shared burden that lightened the load of loneliness in hostile lands. In ancient Japan, the art of hospitality took on a spiritual dimension. The Japanese practice of omotenashi embodies a selfless approach, where hosts anticipate the needs of their guests long before they even arrive. This reverence for visitors was rooted in the belief that every guest is a manifestation of the divine. A simple cup of tea transformed into a moment of profound connection, where the quiet elegance of the gesture spoke volumes. Each movement was deliberate, each detail attended to, as the host poured their heart into an experience that would linger long in memory. In the cool shade of bamboo groves, two souls might sit side by side, sharing not just tea, but unspoken thoughts and dreams. The flicker of candlelight danced, illuminating their faces as the world outside faded away. In this moment, hospitality became a bridge, uniting different hearts and histories, weaving together a tapestry of human experience that spans cultures and time. As empires rose and fell, the role of hospitality remained steadfast. In the wake of battles, as victors loomed over vanquished foes, the act of offering shelter to a defeated enemy became a symbol of strength and mercy. The medieval chivalric code, where knights would pledge to protect the weak and honor their guests, echoed the ancient ideals that had persisted through centuries. The walls of castles held more than stones. They sheltered stories of unlikely friendships born from shared meals and safe refuge. The night sky would blanket the land, and within those stone walls, the echoes of laughter and tales of bravery would fill the air. Goblets of mead were raised high, the clamor of voices rising in a joyous cacophony, momentarily swallowing the shadows of conflict outside. The bonds formed in such moments could turn foes into allies, as the warmth of shared experiences thawed the chill of animosity. In the vast expanse of the Americas, indigenous cultures recognized the importance of hospitality as well. For the Native Americans, the act of welcoming a stranger was deeply embedded in their traditions. They believed that every guest carried the spirit of the Creator, deserving of respect and kindness. Across the plains, the smoke of sacred fires would rise, carrying with it the promise of safety and acceptance. To share food, stories, and songs was to honor the interconnectedness of all life. As the sun set behind the mountains once more, around a flickering fire, the stories of ancestors flowed freely. The rhythm of drums echoed into the night, and each beat pulsed with the heartbeat of generations. Strangers became family, bound not by blood, but by shared humanity. The sacredness of hospitality transcended mere gestures. It was a lifeline, weaving a fabric of understanding and respect that connected every heart. In every corner of the ancient world, the role of hospitality was not just a practice but a lifeblood. It was a promise to uphold dignity, to protect the vulnerable, and to foster a sense of belonging that defied boundaries. Time and again, the hearth became a beacon, drawing in those who sought warmth, comfort, and community. The emotions tied to these acts of kindness resonated through ages, echoing in the hearts of those who understood that in hospitality lived the true essence of humanity. And just as the flickering flames cast shadows on the walls, the stories of hospitality continued to weave their magic, pulling at the threads of time, drawing connections between cultures and souls. With every shared meal, every welcoming gesture, the tapestry of human experience grew ever richer, promising yet more tales to unfold in the chapters yet to come. In the flickering light of ancient torches, a city once stood proud and defiant against the endless sky, a place where laughter and cries mingled like the winds weaving through its streets. Sodom, a name that echoes through history, was painted with a brush of sin and judgment. Yet behind the veil of condemnation lay a tapestry of human experience, tinged with the raw edges of desire and identity. The air was thick with stories of passion and heartbreak, where love twisted into a form that society often could not understand, let alone accept. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue on crumbling walls, whispers of the past fluttered through the alleys. The inhabitants of Sodom were not merely figures of disdain but were vibrant souls, each carrying their own hopes and fears. In the embrace of night, under the watchful gaze of the stars, men and women shared glances that spoke of longing and connection, their hearts pounding to the rhythm of unspoken truths. The very essence of their being seemed to vibrate in harmony with an ancient longing, a longing that societies have tried to suppress for centuries. Yet, in Sodom, what had begun as a quest for love morphed into shadows of despair as accusations swirled like storm clouds. The sacred text spoke of two visitors who arrived with a light that threatened to expose the darkness lurking in the hearts of many. The men of the city gathered at the door, their desires twisted into a grotesque parody of longing. It was a moment steeped in tension, a clash of the human heart's rawness against the cold judgment of the world. But what truly lay at the heart of this narrative? Was it merely the act of sin as defined by the strict moral codes of the time, or was it something deeper, a struggle against the very essence of who they were? The historical lens through which Sodom was viewed often overshadowed the complexities of gender and sexuality, casting aside the intricate lives woven into the fabric of the city. In those dimly lit streets, love wasn't simply about bodies. It was about souls yearning for connection amidst the chaos of societal expectations. The stories of men loving men, women loving women, and those who danced along the lines of gender were not mere aberrations. They were facets of life that pulsated with vitality. Each relationship told a story of rebellion against the rigid confines of identity, of breaking free from the shackles of convention. As the winds blew through the cracked facades, echoes of laughter and sorrow blended together, hinting at the vibrant tapestry of emotions that filled Sodom. The tension was palpable, an unyielding battle between desire and the fear of ostracism. It was in these very moments, when the world tried to paint love in shades of sin, that the true spirit of Sodom emerged. The refusal to conform to simplistic definitions of right and wrong ignited a flame of passion that could not be extinguished. Fingers brushed against skin in secret, hearts raced in stolen moments, and the air crackled with electricity as love flourished, defying the very laws meant to contain it. Yet, with every heartbeat, there was a shadow of dread lurking nearby. The laws of the land were unforgiving, and the very nature of their existence was under siege. The walls of Sodom, once a sanctuary for those yearning for connection, began to close in, threatening to suffocate the vibrant spirit within. As whispers turned to shouts and accusations filled the air, the complexity of human emotion became a battleground. The righteous stood firm, brandishing their beliefs like weapons, while the lovers, caught in the throes of passion, felt the weight of judgment pressing down upon them. The sin of Sodom became a multifaceted symbol, a reflection of society's inability to embrace the spectrum of love that existed within its walls. In that pivotal moment when the angels arrived, hearts raced and souls trembled. The decisions made in that instant rippled through time, marking Sodom not merely as a city of sin, but as a poignant reminder of humanity's struggle with acceptance and identity. The tension between those who sought to love freely and those who sought to control became a charged atmosphere, where emotions ran high and the stakes were life and death. The history of Sodom spans beyond mere condemnation, delving into the need to understand and embrace diversity in love and identity. The tale of its destruction echoed in the hearts of many, serving as a stark warning but also as a call to recognize the humanity behind the labels. In the aftermath, the stories of those who lived, loved, and lost in Sodom lingered in the air like the scent of sweet jasmine, forever intertwined with the essence of what it means to be human. The events that unfolded in that ancient city left a lasting legacy, reverberating through generations. As history often does, it twisted and turned, shaping narratives that would haunt the subsequent ages. Each retelling would carry the weight of those lost, their voices rising from the ashes, reminding the world that love in all its forms is a powerful force, one that cannot be easily silenced. The journey of gender and sexuality, intertwined with the legacy of Sodom, is a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. The wounds of the past, though deep, continue to shape the present and future. It is a story that breathes, inviting contemplation and reflection, urging society to confront its biases and embrace the complexity of love in all its forms. The echoes of Sodom linger, a reminder that the struggle for acceptance is ongoing, and the fight to love freely is a universal quest. As one story fades, another begins, perpetuating the cycle of emotion and tension that binds humanity together, forever pushing against the boundaries of understanding and acceptance. The flame of desire, though dimmed at times, never truly extinguishes. It flickers with the promise of connection and the hope of a world where every heart can beat without fear. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the ancient ruins of what once thrived as Sodom and Gomorrah. In the distance, murmurs of the townsfolk mingled with the heavy silence of history, echoing tales of a place marked not just on maps, but indelibly in the hearts of humanity. What transpired here, in those sun-baked streets, was not merely a story of destruction. It was a vivid tableau that would resonate through the ages, shaping moral landscapes in ways few could understand. In the stories passed down through generations, Sodom and Gomorrah are often depicted as symbols of wickedness and moral decay. Their names evoke images of fire and brimstone, of a divine hand extending judgment upon the sinful. But beneath the surface of this dramatic narrative lies a complex web of ethics that continues to spark debates in contemporary society. As the dust swirled around the remnants of the cities, one could almost hear the whispers of an age-old question. What does it mean to be ethical in a world teetering on the brink of chaos? The tale begins with two angels, sent as messengers of mercy, who arrived in Sodom under the cover of night. Their presence set off a chain of events that would lay bare the deepest fears of humanity. The men of the city, driven by desires that seemed to extinguish any flicker of humanity, surrounded the house where the angels took refuge. The air was thick with tension, an unspeakable urgency that hung like the scent of smoke before a fire. Here, in this moment, the line between right and wrong blurred, and one could feel the pulse of morality quicken, echoing through the ages. What happened next was not just an act of violence. It was a reflection of a society that had lost its way. The desperate cries of the innocent pierced the night, and it was not the fiery destruction that would stand as a testament to Sodom and Gomorrah, but the choices made in the face of impending doom. Each decision was a brushstroke on the canvas of ethics, painting a picture that would resonate long after the ashes settled. The angels, forced to confront the monstrous reality of human greed and lust, became symbols of hope and despair intertwined. In the aftermath of destruction, as the smoke curled into the heavens, the remaining echoes of Sodom and Gomorrah shaped the ethics of communities far and wide. They became a warning, a lesson steeped in emotion and urgency. Throughout history, the stories of these two cities have been invoked in the debates surrounding morality, justice, and the consequences of unchecked desires. From philosophers to theologians, countless voices have cried out in search of understanding, grappling with the implications of such a tale. As the centuries rolled on, the influence of Sodom and Gomorrah seeped into the very fabric of cultural consciousness. The language of sin and redemption that emerged from this narrative began to find its way into laws, social norms, and even our very interactions with one another. Every time a finger was pointed in judgment, a connection was made to that ancient story. The fear of becoming a modern-day Sodom was a specter that loomed large, driving ethical conversations in boardrooms, classrooms, and living rooms alike. Yet, within this moral framework, the story also offers glimmers of hope. Despite the chaos, there were those who sought justice, who acted out of compassion when the world around them turned a blind eye. Lot's fateful decision to protect the angels, risking his own safety, is a poignant reminder that even in the darkest of times, there can emerge a light. This act of selflessness, of prioritizing the well-being of others over one's own comfort, resonates deeply in contemporary discussions of ethics. It serves as a call to action for individuals to rise above fear and to act with courage. As moral dilemmas continue to unfold in today's world, the lessons from Sodom and Gomorrah remain relevant. The ethical questions that plague modern society, about justice, acceptance, and the value of human life, are steeped in the very same tension that defined those ancient cities. The stories remind us that the struggle between right and wrong is as old as humanity itself, an eternal battle that transcends time and culture. The fire that consumed Sodom and Gomorrah may have extinguished, but the embers smolder on, sparking conversations about what it means to live ethically in a world fraught with temptation and fear. As people grapple with their own choices, the specter of Sodom and Gomorrah looms large, a powerful reminder of the potential consequences of abandoning compassion and morality. In contemporary dialogues about justice and equity, echoes of Sodom and Gomorrah are hard to ignore. Activists rally against indifference, calling for compassion in a society that often feels disconnected. They invoke the specter of the ancient cities, urging compassion for the marginalized and forgotten. The story offers powerful imagery, stirring emotions that compel people to act, to resist the tide of apathy that threatens to engulf them. Yet, the complexity of the narrative does not allow for easy answers. Is it possible that the very judgments cast upon Sodom and Gomorrah can blind us to our own failings? In a world quick to condemn, the challenge remains to look inward and to ask, what are the ethical implications of our own actions? As the old stories intertwine with present-day realities, the dance between judgment and compassion continues to unfold, keeping the cycle of reflection alive. At the crossroads of history and ethics, Sodom and Gomorrah stand testament to the intricate tapestry of human morality. The emotions woven into this narrative, the fear, the hope, the despair, serve as timeless reminders of the choices that define us, echoing through the ages and demanding attention. Their influence, potent and unresolved, lingers in the air like the scent of charred earth, urging humanity to confront uncomfortable truths about itself, even as it grapples with the ever-changing landscape of right and wrong. And as night falls over the ruins, a new dawn waits, filled with questions yet to be answered, stories yet to be told. A reminder that the narrative of Sodom and Gomorrah is not just history. It's a living conversation with the present, a call to embrace our shared humanity in the face of chaos. The flickering light from a distant, unseen fire cast shadows across the ancient stone walls, illuminating faces filled with fear, curiosity, and fervent debate. This was no ordinary gathering. It was a congregation of scholars and theologians, voices rising and falling like the breath of a living creature, as they navigated the treacherous waters of one of humanity's most profound questions. What lies beyond the veil of death? The air thickened with tension, a palpable sense of unease lingering like smoke from a dying flame. In the flickering glow, the words "eternal flame" echoed hauntingly, a phrase that conjured images of suffering and despair. For many, this was not mere speculation. It was a deeply personal inquiry rooted in centuries of belief and fear. The walls around them had borne witness to countless discussions, each steeped in history, theology, and a relentless search for understanding. Did hell exist? Was it a place of punishment, or merely a metaphor for separation from God? And what did that mean for the souls of the departed? Each question hung heavy in the air, charged with the weight of ancestry and tradition. A young scholar, trembling with the fervor of his convictions, stood to speak. His voice, though shaky, pierced through the tension like a clarion call. Hell, he argued, is the ultimate consequence of free will. We choose our paths, and the choices we make here on earth have eternal ramifications. The candlelight glinted off his eyes, revealing a blend of passion and fear. In his heart, he felt the weight of every soul that had ever wandered lost and alone. His words ignited a spark in the minds of those gathered, drawing them closer, urging them to confront their own beliefs. Across the room, an elder, wise with the weight of years, countered with a voice as steady as an ancient oak. "But what of mercy?" he asked, his gaze piercing through the dim light. "Is God not loving enough to offer redemption, even in the harshest of judgments?" The question hung in the air like a specter, reminding all present of the delicate balance between justice and grace. History whispered its secrets through his words, recalling ancient texts that spoke of a love that could surpass all understanding. As the debate intensified, images from Scripture danced in the minds of the listeners. The rich stories of torment and despair, of lost souls wandering in darkness, were woven together with threads of hope and salvation. Lurid depictions of fiery pits and gnashing teeth intermingled with promises of a loving God who sought to reclaim the wayward. Each image stirred something deep within them, a recognition of the struggle between light and shadow that lives within all hearts. The atmosphere thickened, drawing them closer together, as if the very air around them simmered with the weight of their discussions. A young woman, her expression both fierce and tender, offered a different perspective. What if hell is not a place, but a state of being? Her voice trembled with conviction as she spoke of isolation, despair, and the absence of love. What if it is the anguish of knowing that you have chosen to turn away from the light? Each word struck like a bell tolling in the distance, a reminder of the choices laid before every soul. In the silence that followed, the flickering shadows seemed to dance with uncertainty. Each participant wrestled with the implications of her words. Throughout history, philosophers and theologians had grappled with similar ideas, their writings layered with nuance and complexity. The works of Augustine and Dante echoed in the minds of the scholars, each painting vivid portraits of suffering and redemption. The weight of these ideas pressed heavily upon the room, urging each soul to confront its own beliefs. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the back, raw and emotional. But what of those who never had the chance? The innocent, the unborn? The room fell silent once more, the question hanging like a dark cloud, heavy with sorrow. The implications sent shivers down their spines, forcing them to confront the very nature of justice and mercy. Was there a divine plan that encompassed all, or were some souls destined to wander in darkness forever? In that moment, the flickering flame seemed to pulse with life, illuminating the faces of those gathered in its glow, revealing the raw emotions etched upon their features. A knot tightened in many throats as the urgency of their inquiry became palpable. They were not merely discussing abstract concepts. They were grappling with the fate of souls, the eternal struggle that transcended time and space. Outside, the world continued on, oblivious to the turmoil within the walls of that ancient hall. Birds chirped, and the wind whispered through the trees, while inside, the flames flickered, casting eerie shadows that danced in time with the rising tide of emotions. As the night deepened, the conversations grew more intense, each voice a plea for clarity, for understanding, for hope. They were yearning for a truth that could banish the shadows looming over their hearts. With every passing moment, the discussion spiraled deeper, reaching into the very core of what it meant to be human, to choose, to err, to hope for redemption. The flame continued to flicker, a reminder of the eternal struggle between light and darkness, love and despair. And just as the scholars began to sense a glimmer of understanding, the door creaked open, letting in a rush of cool air. All eyes turned, the tension shifting once again as a figure stepped into the light. A messenger, perhaps, carrying news that could alter the course of their fervent debate. For a heartbeat, silence reigned, charged with the unresolved questions that hung in the air. The flickering flame shimmered, casting light into the deepest corners of uncertainty, illuminating not just the walls, but the souls of all present, each one wrestling with their own understanding of the eternal flame that beckoned them from the shadows. The scene was set, the debate raged on, and the eternal questions echoed as the past and future intertwined, pulling them deeper into the mystery of existence itself. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the ancient plains. Dust danced in the air, illuminated by golden rays, as the town nestled beside the sprawling hills seemed alive, yet achingly still. Lot stood at the edge, his heart a whirlwind of confusion and fear. A choice loomed before him, heavy as the stone walls of the city nearby. The weight of community pulled at him, while the whisper of isolation beckoned seductively, promising freedom yet cloaked in uncertainty. Around him, the people of Sodom were vibrant, their voices a chorus of joy and laughter that echoed through the streets. They celebrated life with a fervor that ignited the air, filling it with warmth and an intoxicating energy. But beneath that surface lay a current of darkness that Lot could feel in his bones. The laughter masked a desperation, each smile a fragile facade. He had watched helplessly as morality crumbled under the weight of excess, and what once felt like a blessing now felt like a curse. As he moved through the crowd, Lot's heart ached for a community that felt increasingly foreign. He had made a life here, built a home, forged bonds with neighbors, yet each connection felt tainted, as though the roots of their relationships were entwined with shadows. The allure of belonging was strong, but not strong enough to drown out the cries of his conscience. "Lot!" a voice called out, breaking through his thoughts. It was his wife, her eyes bright with excitement, yet shadows flickered behind them. "You must see what they're planning for the festival next week. They say it will be the biggest celebration Sodom has ever seen." She grasped his arm, her enthusiasm palpable, but he felt the chill of dread creeping in. "Do you not see?" he replied, his voice low, almost a whisper. "This place, it's not what it seems. The laughter hides something vile." The words hung in the air like a storm cloud, dark and heavy, threatening to burst. His wife glanced around, the voices of their friends ringing out in carefree jubilation. "We can't turn away from our friends, Lot. We've built a life here." She tugged at his sleeve, her grip tightening as if to anchor him to the ground. But Lot felt the earth shifting beneath him, the very soil stained with the weight of choices he could no longer ignore. He wandered through the streets, memories swirling like dust in the wind, each step a reminder of what he was leaving behind. Could he truly abandon the community that had embraced him? Yet, could he continue to stand by as darkness enveloped them all? As night fell, the city transformed. The flickering torches illuminated faces painted with glee but shadowed by something deeper. Lot's heart raced as he noticed a group of men gathering at the edge of the market, their laughter a sharp contrast to the urgency that gripped his chest. They spoke in hushed tones, their glances darting around, keeping watch. The festival seemed to be a facade, a distraction from the simmering tension beneath the surface. "Lot!" A familiar voice called, drawing him back. It was his nephew, a young man with dreams that sparkled in his eyes, undimmed by the darkness lurking so close. "I need your help. They're planning something dangerous." The weight of his words hung between them, palpable. "We can't just let them do this." Lot felt the walls closing in. He was teetering on the edge of a decision that could change everything. Community or isolation. The voices calling for him to join in the revelry clashed against the primal instinct to protect those he loved from the encroaching darkness. He stood at the crossroads of his heart and mind, the flickering flames of the festival casting shadows that twisted and turned, reflecting the turmoil within him. Sodom was alive with reckless abandon, but underneath the vibrancy lay a hunger that could consume everything in its path. The laughter echoed, yet it felt hollow, taunting him, pulling him into the fray. Then, a piercing scream shattered the night, reverberating through the streets like a gunshot. Lot's heart raced as he turned toward the sound, a primal instinct taking over. He ran, every beat of his heart echoing the dread pooling in his stomach. The crowd began to scatter, panic seeping into the vibrant night as chaos unfurled. "What's happening?" he shouted, fear gripping him. The young man at his side paled, eyes wide with terror as they pushed their way through the crowd, drawn to the source of the chaos. They reached the scene to find a group of men, fists raised, their intentions dark and menacing. Lot felt the world tilt beneath him. This was the moment that would define him, that would make it clear what kind of man he chose to be. "Stop!" he bellowed, stepping forward, his heart pounding in his chest. The men turned, their eyes glinting with malice. The laughter of the festival faded into a distant memory, replaced by the raw, chilling tension of the night. Lot felt the weight of the community pressing against him, the choices of the past colliding with the desperate need for a different future. "Leave them be!" he shouted, voice trembling yet fierce. "This is not the way of our people." In that moment, he stood at the precipice, a choice so weighty that it felt as if the very heavens held their breath. The pull of isolation whispered to him, offering solace from the chaos. But as he faced the darkness, he sensed the flicker of hope, people rallying, voices joining his, standing against the tide. The warmth of community surged through him, igniting a spark that refused to die. It was in this moment, amid the chaos and fear, that Lot realized the true nature of his choice. Community was not merely a refuge. It was a fierce bond forged in the fires of struggle. The isolation he had feared might just be a path to a new understanding of what it meant to belong. With every heartbeat, the tension escalated, drawing him deeper into the unfolding drama, a swirling dance of light and shadow that would shape their fate. In the distance, the flames of the festival flickered, a stark reminder of both what was and what could be. Lot's heart raced, every breath filled with purpose. As the night threatened to consume them, he felt the stirrings of a resolution within him, an understanding that together, they could face the darkness that loomed ahead. The storm raged outside, lightning splitting the sky with blinding ferocity. In a small chapel nestled in the heart of a quiet village, the air was thick with tension. The flickering candles cast dancing shadows on the walls, illuminating the faces of the faithful gathered in fervent prayer. Each whisper seemed to echo off the wooden beams, a chorus of hope and fear blending into one. They had come seeking clarity in a world where choices collided with an unseen hand. In that moment, the ancient question hung heavy in the air. If God is in control, what room is left for their own choices? Outside, the wind howled like a restless spirit, each gust a reminder of the uncontrollable chaos that surrounded them. Yet within those hallowed walls, a profound silence enveloped the worshippers. They held tightly to their beliefs, wrestling with the paradox of faith. It wasn't just a philosophical debate. It was the very fabric of their existence. Could they truly be free if a divine plan governed their every move? In the dusty annals of history, the struggle between free will and divine sovereignty has echoed through the ages. The ancient Greeks pondered this conundrum, their philosophers debating the nature of fate. Was human life merely a puppet show, the strings pulled by omnipotent gods? Or did mortals possess the agency to shape their destinies? The myths they spun were rich with characters wrestling against their fates, each tale a reflection of their struggle for autonomy. Achilles, caught in the web of destiny, chose glory in battle, yet faced the shadows of his own choices, forever caught between divine prophecy and his own desires. As the chapel's congregation clung to their prayers, the storm outside seemed to mirror their inner turmoil. A grandfatherly figure at the front, eyes closed and brow furrowed, recalled the teachings of his youth. He had been raised on stories of saints and sinners, of divine intervention and the weight of sin. He remembered the story of Job, a man whose faith was tested in ways unimaginable. Stripped of everything he loved, Job's cries reached the heavens. Were his trials a test of loyalty, or were they simply the whims of a sovereign Lord? The grandfather wept silently, understanding that the divine often seemed distant, leaving mortals to grapple with the consequences of their choices alone. As the storm intensified, so did the emotions within the chapel. A young woman, her face streaked with tears, rose to speak. She had lost her mother to illness just weeks prior, and the ache in her heart blossomed into a question that pierced the air. "Why?" she cried, her voice trembling with raw vulnerability. "If God is all-powerful, why does he allow suffering?" Echoes of her grief resonated in the minds of those gathered, a collective understanding growing among them. They too had faced loss, betrayal, and moments that made them question their faith. Were they simply pawns in a game, or did their choices hold weight? The elderly priest, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, felt the weight of responsibility heavy on his shoulders. He stepped forward, his hands trembling as he spoke with a gentle voice that resonated with authority. "We are both free and bound, my dear friends. Our choices carry the weight of consequence, and yet we do not walk this path alone. In our struggles we find grace. In our suffering we find purpose." The congregation listened, rapt, as he wove a tapestry of stories from their shared history. He told of Martin Luther, who stood against the powerful church, believing in the right to interpret scripture for oneself. Luther's bravery was a manifestation of free will in the face of ecclesiastical authority, a beacon of hope for those yearning for autonomy in their spiritual lives. The priest spoke of the Reformation, a time when the tides of faith shifted dramatically, revealing how the interplay of human choice and divine direction shaped the course of history. As thunder crashed overhead, the tension in the room built. Members of the congregation began to share their own stories, each tale a thread woven into the complex fabric of life. They spoke of moments of doubt, when the weight of decision felt unbearable, and yet, through it all, they found a glimmer of hope. A man recounted how he had chosen to forgive a betrayal, only to discover the beauty of reconciliation. A woman spoke of her decision to care for the sick, revealing how each act of kindness lit a spark of divine love in the world. In that small chapel, the storm outside mirrored the tumult of their souls. Yet within, a flicker of understanding began to spread. The questions that had once felt insurmountable now seemed to intertwine with their experiences. Could it be that, in the choices they made, both small and monumental, they were participating in a divine story far greater than themselves? With each shared tale, the air grew thick with emotion. The candle flames flickered wildly, as if responding to the charged atmosphere. The priest, emboldened by the spirit of the moment, raised his voice, urging them to see the beauty in their struggle. Free will does not negate God's sovereignty. Rather, it enhances it. Each decision we make is a brushstroke on the canvas of creation, a dance between human desire and divine intention. Outside, the storm began to subside, the winds easing their furious howl. The congregation, wrapped in a cocoon of shared experience, felt a profound connection to one another. They were not alone in their wrestling. They were part of a tapestry woven through time, where every individual thread added richness to the whole. As the last clap of thunder faded into the distance, there was a palpable shift in the room. The chapel, once a sanctuary of questions, transformed into a space of hope. With every heartbeat, they understood that their choices mattered, that the divine hand was not just an observer but a participant in their lives. They were free, yet held, each moment a delicate balance between their will and God's eternal plan. And as they stood there, united by their shared struggles and newfound understanding, the air shimmered with the possibility of what was to come. They were poised on the brink, ready to face the world outside with renewed strength, aware that the dance of free will and divine sovereignty would continue, unraveling in ways both beautiful and tragic. The storm may have passed, but the journey had only just begun. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the ancient cities of Sodom and Gomorrah. The streets buzzed with life, laughter spilling out from homes, the scent of fresh bread wafting through the air. Yet, beneath this vibrant facade, a darkness lay coiled like a serpent ready to strike. The people walked unaware, consumed by their desires and pleasures, their laughter echoing like a haunting melody that masked the impending doom. In the shadowed corners of the marketplace, whispers floated like smoke. Merchants bartered, but not for goods. They traded stories of lust and greed, each tale more outrageous than the last. The citizens reveled in their excesses, blinded to the divisions that grew deeper with each passing day. The rich feasted while the poor begged, their cries for help drowned out by the clinking of gold coins. Inequality festered like an open wound, a festering sore ignored by those with power. Lot, a man of faith and integrity, stood at the edge of the city, his heart heavy with sorrow. He watched as the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that seemed to reach out, warning him of the fate that awaited them all. "What have we become?" he whispered to himself, his voice barely audible over the laughter echoing from the streets. He had tried to counsel his neighbors, to urge them towards kindness and compassion, but they merely laughed, dismissing his words as the ramblings of a fool. As twilight descended, the atmosphere shifted, heavy with an unshakable tension. A veil of unease wrapped around the cities like a shroud. The heavens, too, seemed to hold their breath, the stars flickering as if in anxious anticipation of what was to come. Lot's heart raced as he sensed the shift in the air, a storm brewing not of wind and rain, but of wrath and judgment. The two angels arrived under the cover of night, their presence illuminating the darkness. They entered Sodom, their aura radiating a peace that felt foreign in a city steeped in chaos. Lot, recognizing the divine beings, hurried to welcome them. "Come to my home, please," he implored, his voice urgent. He understood the danger that lurked outside, the depravity that had consumed the hearts of his fellow citizens. But as the angels stepped into Lot's humble abode, a loud commotion erupted outside. The door shuddered as a mob gathered, their voices a cacophony of fury and lust. "Bring out the strangers," they shouted, hungry for the kind of violence that left a cold chill in the bones. Their demands echoed through the night, a chilling reminder of humanity's darker impulses. Lot's heart pounded in his chest as he faced the mob, desperation clawing at him. "Please, do not harm them," he cried out, his voice wavering. "They are my guests." But reason had no place in Sodom. Anger surged through the crowd, a tidal wave of raw emotion, and Lot found himself standing between the angels and the throng of chaos. What was it that drove these people to such madness? Was it years of indulgence that had dulled their senses? Or was it a deeper corruption, a spiritual decay that had taken root and thrived? The angels, calm yet commanding, intervened, their voices like thunder mingling with the cries of the mob. In an instant, the crowd was struck with blindness, a physical manifestation of their spiritual state. Panic ensued, and the mob scattered, leaving nothing but a haunting silence in their wake. Lot felt a shiver of fear and relief wash over him. It was a brief reprieve, but the threat loomed larger than ever. As the dawn approached, the angels revealed their purpose. "The cities are to be destroyed," they declared, their eyes filled with an intensity that struck fear into Lot's heart. "We have come to save you, but you must flee. Take your family and do not look back." The gravity of their words hung heavily in the air, and the weight of reality crashed down upon him. Lot rushed home, gathering his wife and daughters, urgency coursing through him. "We must go now," he urged, his words tumbling out in a frantic rush. They exchanged frightened glances, the reality of their escape dawning upon them like a bitter truth. They had to leave everything behind. Their home, their memories, their lives as they knew them. As they fled the city, the ground trembled beneath their feet, a precursor to the fiery destruction that awaited. But amid the chaos, Lot's wife cast one last glance back at the city they had called home. In that fleeting moment, her heart clung to the memories, the laughter, the life they had built, and the fire of longing ignited within her. It was a moment that sealed her fate. In the blink of an eye, flames rained down upon Sodom and Gomorrah, consuming everything in a whirlwind of fire and ash. The cities, once vibrant and alive, were reduced to nothing but smoldering ruins, a stark reminder of the consequences of unchecked desires and moral decay. The air filled with the acrid smell of smoke, the cries of the lost echoing through the charred remains. Lot and his daughters escaped to safety, but the loss weighed heavily on their hearts. What had they gained if they had lost everything they had ever known? The sun rose over the ashes, illuminating a world forever changed. The cautionary tale of Sodom and Gomorrah would echo through the ages, a haunting reminder of what happens when a society loses its way, when selfishness and indulgence drown out compassion and integrity. As they settled in a new land, the memories of the destruction clung to them like a ghost. Would they learn from this tragedy? Would they grasp the lessons buried in the ashes of their past? The questions lingered, hanging in the air like a storm cloud ready to burst, a chilling reminder that history has a way of repeating itself if one is not vigilant. The story of Sodom and Gomorrah was not merely one of destruction but a mirror reflecting the choices of humankind, choices that resonate through generations, echoing into the very fabric of modern society. The sun hung low in the sky, splashing the horizon with hues of orange and gold, as Abraham stood at the edge of a vast, desolate land, his heart heavy with choices that would echo through generations. Each gust of wind whispered tales of faith and sacrifice, carrying the weight of his legacy on its fragile wings. He was a man marked by an unwavering belief, yet the uncertainty of tomorrow hung like a storm cloud above him. Behind him lay the bustling life of Ur, a city filled with the warmth of family and the familiar comforts of home. But before him stretched an uncharted wilderness, a promised land that danced just beyond his grasp. His heart ached with hope and fear intertwined, as he thought of his beloved nephew Lot, who had journeyed alongside him through every trial and triumph. The bond they shared was as thick as blood, yet here they stood at a crossroads that could change everything. Lot, ever the spirited one, had an adventurous spark in his eyes. He looked out over the land, envisioning the rich pastures that awaited him. "Uncle, there is beauty in abundance just beyond this barren stretch. Let us part ways, and I shall seek a future in those fertile fields, while you follow your faith to where it leads." His voice brimmed with enthusiasm, each word a thread woven into the fabric of their shared history. Abraham's heart tightened at the thought of separation. He remembered the nights spent around campfires, their laughter mingling with the crackling flames, the moments when they leaned on each other during hardship. But the skies seemed to demand a choice, and he knew the weight of his blessings was not his alone to bear. "Choose wisely, Lot," he said softly, his gaze lingering on the horizon, searching for signs of fate. With a decisive nod, Lot glanced toward the lush Jordan Valley, its promise of prosperity igniting a fire within him. "I will go this way," he declared, the excitement palpable in his voice. Abraham felt a pang of sorrow as he watched Lot move toward the glimmering cities of Sodom and Gomorrah, where temptation and vice danced in the shadows of wealth. The sun sank lower, and with it, the warmth of their connection began to fade. Days turned to weeks, and Abraham continued his journey, guided by the divine whispers of his faith. He pitched his tent beneath the stars, praying for Lot and the choices he had made. Yet every prayer was laced with a growing anxiety, for the tales of Sodom were not all golden. Whispers of darkness swirled through the air like a thick fog, and Abraham's heart ached for the nephew he could no longer protect. In Sodom, Lot enjoyed his newfound wealth and the allure of city life. The streets were alive with trade, laughter, and music, but beneath the surface, a sinister current threatened to drown the embers of his soul. He moved through the bustling market, exchanging pleasantries with neighbors who wore masks of civility while harboring darkness in their hearts. The vibrant colors of the city began to dull, and the laughter felt hollow, echoing through the empty chambers of his spirit. One fateful evening, as Lot sat with his family, the door to his home was pounded with urgency. A group of men from the city descended upon him, demanding the unimaginable. Lot's heart raced, a mix of desperation and fear flooding through him. He stood at the crossroads of morality and survival, battling the demons within and around him. In that moment, the strength of his faith wavered, and he felt the weight of his uncle's legacy pressing down on him. Just as he thought all hope was lost, a glimmer of light flickered in his mind. Abraham's unwavering belief, the stories of faith that had shaped him into who he was. With newfound resolve, Lot stood firm, declaring that he would protect the innocent, refusing to succumb to the malevolent tide. His heart thundered in his chest, a beacon of resilience amid the chaos. Meanwhile, miles away, Abraham received word of the turmoil engulfing Sodom. The news struck him like a lightning bolt, igniting a fire within him. He remembered the promises made to him under the stars, the covenant that vowed protection for those who stood in faith. He had to act. He could not let Lot face the storm alone. The weight of his choice pressed down on him, but he knew he had to intercede. With every moment that passed, the tension grew. Abraham's heart raced as he approached God in fervent prayer, negotiating for the city where his nephew resided. "What if there are 50 righteous souls?" he pleaded, each word a desperate attempt to save Lot from the impending doom. The dialogue continued, each number reducing the stakes but increasing the urgency. The air crackled with anticipation, as Abraham's faith wrestled with the reality of the situation. As God listened, the gravity of Abraham's love for his family shone through. His heart was heavy, not just for Lot but for all of humanity. The connections forged through blood and faith transcended the boundaries of a single city. Abraham's words echoed through the heavens, a testament to the resilience of faith that would stand the test of time. Back in Sodom, as the night grew darker, Lot prepared for the worst. His home became a sanctuary for travelers, a refuge amid chaos. There was a flicker of hope in the air, as he realized he was not alone. The angels whispered promises of salvation, weaving through the shadows of the city, but the time was running out. The walls of Sodom loomed like giants, threatening to close in around him. Faith and fear danced a delicate waltz in Lot's heart. He thought of Abraham, the man who had taught him the power of belief. Would he remember the stories of old, the ones that echoed through generations, of how trust in something greater could change the course of destiny? The tension in the air grew thicker, and every heartbeat felt like a countdown. As dawn broke over Sodom, the first rays of light spilled across the city, illuminating a scene fraught with tension. The angels urged Lot to flee, to escape the fate that awaited them. The urgency in their eyes mirrored the love Abraham had for him, a love that transcended distance and darkness. Would he heed the call, or would he remain shackled by the chains of a life that no longer served him? Every moment stretched like an eternity, as Lot stood at the precipice of choice. The legacy of faith hung in the balance, a delicate thread binding the past to an uncertain future. The sun climbed higher, casting long shadows over the land, as the echoes of their stories intertwined, creating a tapestry of hope and despair. The resilience of faith flickered like a flame, refusing to be extinguished, even in the darkest of times. The sun sank low over the ancient city, casting an orange glow on the crumbling walls of Sodom. Dust swirled in the still air, carrying the echoes of laughter and the faint cries of the desperate. It was a city once vibrant and full of life, now reduced to whispers and shadows. The very name Sodom would become a chilling reminder of humanity's darkest impulses, a name that would haunt generations. In this place where moral decay thrived, two angels arrived disguised as weary travelers. They walked through the streets, their presence unnoticed by most, but not by Lot. He felt a shiver of foreboding as they approached his humble home. What had he done to deserve this fate? The air was thick with tension. The very ground beneath them seemed to tremble with the weight of the city's sins. Lot offered them shelter, but the night was far from over. The men of Sodom, driven by a terrifying urge, surrounded Lot's house, their voices filled with lust and aggression. "Bring out the men who came to you," they shouted, their demands echoing through the night. Lot's heart raced as he stepped outside, desperation clawing at his throat. "Please, my brothers, do not act so wickedly," he cried, but his words fell on deaf ears. The city was a mirror reflecting humanity's worst traits: greed, violence, and a complete disregard for the sanctity of life. The angels pulled Lot back inside, warning him of the impending doom that would rain down upon the city. Time seemed to freeze as the reality of their words sank in. Flames and brimstone would soon engulf Sodom, erasing its presence from the earth. Lot barely managed to escape with his family, the city behind them bursting into chaos as the wrath of God unleashed itself. This tale of destruction became a cornerstone in the religious narratives that followed. The story of Sodom and Gomorrah was etched into the minds of believers and non-believers alike, challenging them to confront their own morality. It became more than just a story of divine judgment. It transformed into a powerful symbol of what happens when society strays from the path of righteousness. As the embers of the burning cities faded into the horizon, so too did the innocence of countless souls. Years turned into centuries, and the echoes of Sodom and Gomorrah found their way into sacred texts, shaping the moral compass of entire civilizations. Scholars and theologians pored over its meaning, wrestling with the implications of sin and redemption. The city stood as a stark warning, a narrative that called for repentance and righteousness. Those who sought to understand the divine would ponder the significance of this catastrophic event, questioning their own actions in the light of such a dreadful fate. In the streets of Jerusalem, priests recited the tales of Sodom as warnings to their people. "Do not be as they were," they urged, their voices rising in fervor. "Turn away from wickedness, or face the consequences." The lessons of the two cities echoed through the ages, shaping the moral fabric of a growing faith. The term Sodomite became a label for those considered morally corrupt, forever tied to the story of destruction. Fear and reverence intermingled as communities sought to distance themselves from the perceived sins of the past. As the teachings spread, the stories morphed, gaining layers of interpretation. Some focused on the hospitality shown by Lot, lauding his willingness to protect the angels. Others highlighted the sins of pride and arrogance, warning of the hubris that can lead to downfall. Each generation found new meaning in the ancient tale, shaping it to fit their own struggles and fears. The influence of Sodom and Gomorrah reached deep into the roots of religious thought, sparking debates among scholars. Was it merely a historical account, or were its lessons eternal? The seeds of fear planted in the hearts of believers grew into rigid doctrines and fervent convictions. The city's fate became a pivotal point in discussions of sin and judgment, the moment when faith intersected with morality in profound ways. Beyond the walls of temples and synagogues, the impact of Sodom and Gomorrah spilled into the lives of ordinary people. Parents would tell their children tales of the cities, using them as cautionary stories to guide their moral upbringing. "Be kind, be humble, or the wrath of God will find you," they would say, their voices laced with urgency. The fear of divine retribution shaped behavior, creating a society keenly aware of the line between righteousness and sin. But as the years wore on, the story also drew a different crowd. Social reformers and activists began to question the traditional interpretations, challenging the notions that had become so deeply ingrained. They saw in Sodom a metaphor for more than just sexual immorality. They argued that the true sin lay in the lack of compassion for the vulnerable, in the society's collective failure to care for the poor and oppressed. The narrative of Sodom started to fracture, revealing a complex web of interpretations that illuminated the struggles of the modern world. In the dimly lit halls of universities, scholars pored over the texts, dissecting the lessons of Sodom and Gomorrah. Some argued for a reevaluation of the story, seeking to honor its moral lessons while breaking away from the strict dogmas that had emerged. They called for a broader understanding of sin, one that embraced empathy and kindness rather than judgment and condemnation. This intellectual battle raged on, a reflection of humanity's ongoing struggle with morality and faith. The story of Sodom and Gomorrah became a living conversation, a reminder that the past is never truly behind us. It continues to shape the present, urging society to confront its own shortcomings and to strive for a better tomorrow. The flames that consumed the cities still flicker in the shadows of the collective consciousness, igniting discussions that refuse to die out. As night fell on the ancient ruins, the winds whispered tales of what once was. The fires of Sodom had long since extinguished, but their lessons remained, echoing through the hearts of believers and skeptics alike. The enduring impact of those lost cities shaped not only religious thought but the very essence of human morality, reminding everyone that the struggle between good and evil is far from over. A flame was lit, and it burned bright, casting its light onto the path ahead, urging each soul to examine their hearts and confront the choices they would make.